Hey, Stephanie, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thanks. All right, let's get started. I'm Eric Blank. This is the Commissioners' Weekly Meeting for July 13th, 2025. Let's start with public comments, and then we'll jump back to the consent agenda and any preliminary remarks from the commissioners. So with that, Ms. Lustrom.
Morning, Commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity. For the record, my name is Leslie Glustrom, and I've been an intervener and a participant at the Public Utilities Commission for over 20 years. I have cost Excel a lot of money, and so they decided to go after my intervention about 12, 13 years ago. But obviously it hasn't made me go away, so here I am yet again. And I appreciate this opportunity to allow the public to speak here at the Public Utilities Commission. The first thing I'd like to start with is just the deepest and most sincere sense of gratitude to the commission, the three commissioners. We know you're working wicked hard, and also to the commission staff and the staff of the UCA, the Utility Consumer Advocate. I don't always agree with them, but we all know there are just more dockets than most of us can count, and yet they're working so incredibly hard, doing so much discovery, writing so much testimony. And I'm a person who doesn't believe regulation can substitute for competition. But while we have a governor who seems to be opposed to competition in the electric sector, having really strong staff at the PUC staff and the UCA is something that I am deeply and sincerely grateful for. And I just want to say that in public because I read their testimony and go, OMG, here they are again, just knocking it out of the park, whether I agree with them or not. So, secondly, brief comment on funky credit cards. We all have credit cards. You tap, you swipe, and then you get the bill at the end of the month. And you're like, just hope you haven't tapped and swiped too often. But there's a funky credit card, which we're all familiar with, which is you spend a lot of money, and then at the end of the period, you give the bill to somebody else. And then, as you know, the more capital investment, solid things that are there, not only does that other person, in this case, the utilities customers, pay the bill, they pay for every $100, they pay back close to $107. So of course you want to spend money because that's where you get your profits. I know you all know that, but as you're facing these really big bills, I hope you will really take it unbelievably seriously. And with that, I wanted to, I'm not at all sure that you can see this graph, but thousands of people have seen it. At the bottom is it doesn't really work, but at the bottom is the line. Thousands of people around Colorado have seen it. Whenever we show it to them, they go, "What's the PUC doing?" I go, "Well, we have really good commissioners, but the bottom line is sales over the last 20 years. It's absolutely flat. Slightly above that is a green line, which is what the profits would have done at the rate of inflation. Go up for sure, but not that much. And then there's the red line, which is the after-tax net income. For Excel, we graph just for the electric sector. It's, in the neighborhood of 60 to 65% of their profits usually. And I wanted to bring to the commission's attention PSCO's, Public Service Company of Colorado, the Colorado operating utility for Excel. Their first half, well, I should have looked it up, AQ, whatever it is, their report, their quarterly report for the second quarter. End of the years are 10Ks, middle, I think, are 8Qs. I can't remember what they are, 10Qs. And when you look on page 4 of that, you'll see the bottom line And for the 6 months ended June 30th, 2024, I just feel like these should be pasted front and center on every door at the commission, and there should be graphs like we do. So we're not the only ones at graphing this. At June 30th, 2024, the after-tax net income for Piesco was 338 million. By the time we get to June 30th, 2025, it's 414 million. So an increase of 76 million in 1 year. It's a 22% increase. So that red line, which you can't actually see, is very likely to go up. My experience is often the second half is actually better than the first. So we'll see if it works any better this way. Yeah, you can see that red line. Bottom line, the very bottom line is sales. The next line up is profits at the rate of inflation. I know your jobs are really hard, but please remember Excel has 414 million of after-tax net income just from the first 6 months of this year. So I'd be grateful if staff got really serious about following these reports. Again, I'd love to see them graphed so that you all can remember and see, sadly, how regulation is failing us. So not because, I hope you know I have a huge amount of respect for the three of you. I have a huge amount of respect for the staff, for the UCA, but it's failing us, and thousands of people around Colorado are wondering what's going on because they have seen that red line over and over and over again. We've been doing these graphs for the best part of 10 years. So in that time period, we know there's a lot of people in Colorado that know stuff that I'm not convinced that you all are tracking as well as you would. So thank you. Appreciate your time and good luck with everything. I know you're super busy these days.
Thank you. With that, let's turn to the consent agenda. Commissioner Gilman, are you ready to approve the consent agenda or any preliminary comments you'd like to make?
Yeah, thanks, Chairman, and thanks, Ms. Glustrom, for your comments. I would vote to approve the consent agenda. I also just wanted to bring up an item that maybe we can follow up on, Chairman, next week or in the coming weeks. As I understand it, a lot of Excel electric customers received conservation messaging last week when the temperatures were high. And I think it would be certainly helpful to have our trial staff provide us an update on really what went on in that circumstance, especially as far as generation and performance of generation around the state during that event. And I think it would be helpful and informative to also look at, the other times of hot weather this summer to really understand how the generators are performing, and especially to better inform the commission as to what led to that event last week and how severe it was, and really better understand how we can avoid that in the future. So I think if we could perhaps have, interested to get both of your impressions, but I would suggest we have trial staff come back to us with either an investigatory docket or something to really better understand the circumstances of the generation and what went into that event. So that would be my suggestion to you both to bring back to a future agenda.
Well, I appreciate you raising it, Commissioner Gilman, and I've been thinking the same thing and have already started working with trial staff to bring it to a future CWM. So I like the idea of putting it on the agenda for next week. And, obviously staff is not going to have all the answers, but maybe they can help us start thinking about the questions we want to ask. And I know there were some issues with the thermal units last week, so would welcome the opportunity to better understand that. So, Commissioner Plant, thoughts, comments, suggestion?
Well, yeah, thanks. I would vote to approve the consent agenda. And I think it's a great idea to get a briefing from trial staff. We can determine if we want to then have maybe the the company come in for an information meeting after we gather some of that information. But yeah, I think it was it was a combination of those coal thermal units being down at the same time that we had really high temperatures, which those kinds of coincident things can happen. What I'm really interested in is the company sent out a message for, as Commissioner Gilman mentioned, for conservation on part of their customers, and I'm really curious as to what the response was, and what we can learn from that, and how we can better prepare in the future for those kinds of coincident things happening that we really have not much control over.
All right. So we'll ask trial staff to lead a discussion. We'll understand that it may be more questions to pursue than answers within a week's time, and we'll take it from there in terms of next steps, whether it's an information meeting, an investigatory docket, or whatever. But at least we'll start the discussion next week. So thanks again, Commissioner Gilman, for raising the issue. It's very timely for multiple reasons. I likewise vote to approve the consent agenda. And with that, let's go to proceeding number 25A-0320R, E470 Public Highway Authority. Dr. Fishaber.
Good morning. Good morning, Commissioners. Pam Fishaber, Deputy Director of Public Safety. The E470 Public Highway Authority submitted an application requesting authority to add one additional lane in each direction under the bridge structure for the Regional Transportation District 8 line. The Commission's rules require at 7204-16A that detailed plans or drawings of a suitable scale showing the crossing, including signing and striping, tracks, buildings, structures, property lines, and public highways within the right-of-way limits of the railroad. The plans that were provided by E470 are not recent plans that show the new roadway configuration under the bridge structure with the additional lanes being added. The plans provided for the application were RTD's as-built plans for the bridge structure with notes that have been added by E470 and on their as-built plans as well, with added notes showing the location of the RTD bridge structure. These plans are not in compliance with Commission rule. Additionally, the application is filed when the project is nearly complete, and this poses a unique circumstance for the Commission. E470 states in its application that it started construction in October 10th of 2023, and that the estimated completion date of construction is August 25, 2025, in just a couple of weeks. And that date will be before the notice of the application would expire. E470 states that the application is provided to comply with PUC rules. However, the application is requesting authority to make changes after the fact, which is contrary to both statute and Commission rules that require an application be submitted and granted before the applicant starts construction of the project. If you look under Section 44-106 2A and 3A and Rule 7002 and 7204 of the Commission's rules. So if you have any questions, I will answer those, or I'm ready for a recommendation.
Yeah, why don't you give us your recommendation, and we'll come back with questions, comments, or a vote.
Given the unique circumstances of this application being incomplete with non-compliant plans being filed and that the application is being applied for after the fact, staff recommends that the application be deemed incomplete and dismissed. Should E470 want to submit a revised application for the project, they need to make sure that they provide compliant plans, and they would need to state good cause as to why the Commission should grant the requested authority for the project when the Commission did not review plans prior to the construction and shouldn't be done after the fact.
Commissioner Gilman.
I agree.
Commissioner Plant.
I agree.
As do I, and that can be an ABC decision, deeming the application incomplete and dismissing it and denying the intervention as moot. So thank you, Dr. Fishaber.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Proceeding number 25R-0083R, BNSF Railway. Ms. Harper or Dr. Fishaber?
Good morning, Commissioners. Ruthie Harper of your Commission Counsel. Dr. Fishaber is also available for any questions. Our decision today is whether to grant the exceptions to the recommended decision in this rulemaking and whether to grant the request for oral argument. The recommended decision recommends adoption of certain targeted amendments to the Commission's existing railroad civil penalty rules and the Commission's rail rules. The amendments implement the provisions of House Bill 241030 that authorize the Commission to impose a civil penalty on a railroad, quote, if a railroad or any officer, agent, or employee of the railroad violates Section 402303. This Section 402303 first outlines certain information that railroads must report annually to the Commission regarding deployment and utilization of wayside detector systems in Colorado to detect and prevent equipment failure. Second, it articulates that the state of Colorado expects that trains or equipment operating on a main line or siding in the state should be operated as to minimize obstruction of emergency vehicles. And to that end, that emergency vehicles may give warning to allow the crew to clear the crossing with all possible dispatch. If not clear, then a request shall be made to the railroad to immediately take action consistent with safe operating procedures to clear the crossing. House Bill 241030 directs the Commission to promulgate implementing rules for the determination, imposition, and appeal of fines under this statute. The purpose of this rulemaking is to comply with that directive. That is to incorporate this new finding authority into the Commission's existing rules for assessing civil penalties. The Commission will, by separate rulemaking to be opened soon, adopt amendments to the railroads that implement the substantive provisions of Section 402303 that concern reporting on wayside detector systems and that concern obstructions at public crossings. However, in their exceptions, which are before you today, the railroads take issue with these amendments to the civil penalty rules and contend that they are preempted by federal law because the rules have the effect of managing or governing rail transportation. They raise concern that these rules could result in the Commission fining a railroad for blocking a crossing. They assert that nearly all federal and state case law has reached the conclusion that federal law preempts state action regulating blocked crossings because it would target railroad operations and therefore be preempted. They further argue that the rule language, which mirrors the statute, it refers to a penalty for violation of Section 402303 is too vague, asserting that the statute is silent as to when separation or movement of a train or equipment would be deemed not possible, and asserting that the statute is structured so as to refer to the state's expectations of how trains and equipment should be operated. Pause here for questions or move on to a recommendation.
Yeah, if you can go to your recommendation, that'd be great. We'll come back with questions, comments, or a vote.
I recommend denying the exceptions, denying the associated request for oral argument, and adopting the recommended decision and the recommended rule amendments. First, with the exceptions, the railroads request oral argument, which I recommend finding as unnecessary. I recommend the Commission has sufficient information to render its decision. I'll pause here for a vote whether to deny the oral argument and proceed to a decision on the merits.
Commissioner Gelman.
I agree with your recommendation.
Commissioner Plant.
I also agree.
As do I.
So moving on then to the substance of the exceptions, I recommend finding that the preemption concerns raised in these exceptions are premature and in any event unwarranted. First of all, through this rulemaking, the Commission is adopting targeted amendments to its existing railroad civil penalty rules to provide the mechanics of assessing civil penalties. It will, by separate rulemaking, take up the substantive provisions of Section 402303. Second, even getting to the substantive arguments, plain language of Section 402303 was crafted by the legislature to impose a legal obligation on railroads where it could, and to instead express the state's expectation where it could not. Regarding wayside detector systems, the statute plainly imposes the obligation to report certain information annually to the Commission, which is something, if not done, could be subject to a fine for noncompliance. And I don't see preemption concerns here with this reporting requirement. Regarding obstructions at public crossings, the statute is structured, as the exceptions themselves point out, to instead express the state's expectation that trains and equipment should be operated to minimize the obstruction of emergency vehicles, and to express that emergency vehicles may give warning to allow a train crew to clear the crossing. By using this phrasing, the legislature stopped short of imposing a specific blocked crossing requirement on railroads that would be the basis for finding noncompliance through the civil penalty assessment process. Thus, the requirements in state law now subject to finding are carefully worded and structured with the legal limits in mind, so as to strike a balance that seeks cooperation by the railroads to clear crossings in the state and to timely allow emergency vehicles to pass, while stopping short of mandating measures that could be construed as managing or governing rail operations and thus be preempted. Further, the Commission's civil penalty assessment process affords full opportunity for a respondent railroad to present relevant evidence and arguments, which includes any arguments regarding federal preemption. So for all these reasons, I recommend finding no cause in the exceptions to decline to now adopt the rule amendments that were recommended by the ALJ. So I'll pause here for a vote whether you agree to deny the exceptions and adopt the recommended decision and rules.
Commissioner Gumman,
I agree.
Commissioner Plant,
I also agree.
as do I, and that can be an ABC decision denying the exceptions as well as the request for oral argument. So thank you, Ms. Harper. Proceeding number 24 AL-0496E. Mr. Davis, Mr. Acera, Black Hills fixed bill credits for community solar gardens.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Ron Davis of the Commission's advisory staff, and if I may, I would like to also take up the similar case for Public Service Company, which is the following item on the agenda as well, and discuss the exceptions in both cases at the same time.
That'd be great. Thank you, Mr. Davis.
So both of these cases involve the billing credits that are paid to subscribers of community solar gardens, or CSGs. So that means that I should provide a bit of background about the filing and the recommended decision that's before you for review on exceptions. Black Hills Colorado Electric and Public Service Company of Colorado each filed tariff sheets for its CSG billing credits last November, and they had new CSG rates for effect January 1st, 2025. The Commission set the tariff sheets for hearing after the Colorado Solar and Storage Association, the Solar Energy Industries Association, and the Coalition for Community Solar Access jointly filed a protest to both advice letter filings. They alleged that the advice letter filings are inconsistent with the Commission's rules and requested that the Commission suspend the effective date of the filed tariff sheets and hold a hearing regarding the proposed changes. Administrative Law Judge Garvey was assigned to both cases, and he conducted a hearing on each. And on July 7th, he issued recommended decisions that support the utility's initial filings made last November. Exceptions to those recommended decisions were then filed by the solar parties. In brief, the solar parties argue that House Bill 231137 and Commission Rule 3881B2 require the utilities tariff sheets for CSG billing credits to provide an adjustment mechanism to the CSG billing credits that are otherwise deemed fixed. They further advocate for the adjustment mechanism to be based on changes in the consumer price index. And they ask that fixed and adjusted bill credits be made available for past vintages of community solar gardens. In both cases, the ALJ notes that the intervening parties did not take issue with the methods used to determine the fixed billing credits proposed for effect on January 1st of 2025. But with respect to the adjustments to those billing credits, the ALJ concludes that the solar parties failed to establish that their proposed adjustments are just and reasonable. He goes on to state that the proposed methodology would not likely produce any additional certainty or predictability over the lifespan of CSG projects as compared to the fixed CSG billing credit proposed by the utilities. He further finds that the Commission is not required to adopt an adjustment mechanisms for the fixed CSG billing credits in this proceeding, as argued by the solar parties, and he further determines that the tariffs would apply prospectively and not to past vintages. In their exceptions to the two recommended decisions, the solar parties asked the Commission again to adopt the CPI fixed bill credit adjustment it advanced in both cases, not only for 2025, but also for vintages in 2023 and 2024. And if the CPI adjustment mechanism is not adopted by the Commission, they ask the Commission to direct the utilities to adopt an alternative bill credit adjustment mechanism in its decision on exceptions to avoid future litigation. The solar parties' exceptions essentially ask for a complete reversal of the two recommended decisions. More specifically, the solar parties argue that the Commission has an obligation to apply an adjustment mechanism to the fixed CSG bill credits, and that the most straightforward adjustment methodology is to apply a CPI adjustment value. And they also argue that Black Hills and Public Service are required to include prior year vintages of fixed bill credits for all calendar years that have CSG projects that have not reached their commercial operation date. In its response to these exceptions within the Black Hills case, Black Hills asked the Commission to deny the exceptions in their entirety and to affirm the Black Hills recommended decision. Black Hills argues that the solar parties misinterpreted statutes and Commission rules, whereas the ALJ correctly concludes that neither statute nor rules require a fixed bill credit adjustment method. Black Hills also argues that the ALJ is correct that the solar parties failed to establish that the CPI-based adjustment is just and reasonable. Black Hills states that its proceeding addressed the costs that are passed on to customers for CSG bill credits, and that the Commission should therefore be interested in, quote, keeping CSG bill credit costs to the lowest amount consistent with actual costs. Black Hills explains that the purpose of the CSG bill credit is similarly to account for costs a CSG subscriber should not have to pay for. Black Hills further points to staff's testimony in its proceeding that notes that the CPI does not reflect the costs incurred or avoided by Black Hills and does not take into account any specific factors that impact the value of CSGs on Black Hills' system. Black Hills also states that the ALJ correctly concludes that House Bill 1137 cannot be applied retroactively to 2018, 2021, and 2022. Black Hills also argues that the solar parties have introduced new evidence in their exceptions. That is, Black Hills explains that during the case, the specific vintage years discussed by the solar parties were 2018, 2021, and 2022. Black Hills claims in its response to the solar parties' exceptions that the solar parties now present new evidence related to the CSG vintage years 2023, 2024, and 2025 for the presumed purpose of securing an outcome parallel to the one in public services proceeding. Black Hills states that while it understands the public service proceeding was on a similar track in terms of time, Black Hills was not a party to the other case and is not aware of the issues raised or the evidence presented in that other proceeding. Now, in that other case, public service and trial staff also asked the Commission to deny the solar parties' exceptions and to affirm the ALJ's recommended decision for public service in full. They argue, one, there's no requirement for Commission approval of an adjustment mechanism in this case, as correctly determined by the ALJ. Two, the solar party's proposed adjustment mechanism proposal does not follow the Commission's earlier guidance from the rulemaking because it does not result in an actual fixed credit. A fixed billing credit is not fixed if it changes every year. The solar party's proposal will not produce just and reasonable rates, is their third point. And fourth, the solar party's proposal will lead to increased bill credits with a compounding impact over time, is their fourth. Fifth, staff and public service argue that the Commission should not entertain a threat of future litigation as justifying approval of the solar party's flawed rate escalation proposal here. And finally, the Commission should avoid providing guidance on any alternative adjustment mechanism to be applied in future years, explaining that all parties may seek to address a just and reasonable adjustment mechanism in future CSG bill credit mechanism proceedings. So unless there are questions, the decision point before you now is whether to grant the solar party's exceptions in the two proceedings. I can provide a recommendation if you'd like.
Yeah, I think we'd welcome a recommendation, and then we'll come back with comments, questions, or a vote.
Thank you. I recommend that the Commission deny the solar party's exceptions in both proceedings. ALJ Garvey's recommended decisions correctly implement the Commission's newly promulgated rules in accordance with House Bill 1137. The utilities and trial staff agree with this assessment. The ALJ also fully supports his findings and conclusions. Therefore, the Black Hills recommended decision and the Public Service recommended decision should be adopted as final Commission decisions without modification. I suggest that the Commission's decisions align with the responses to the solar party's exceptions as I just described. And contrary to the solar party's inferences in their exceptions, these two cases have been effective and productive. The CPI approach has now been fully reviewed and litigated. The annual filings approach has been tested and clarified, and the underlying calculation methodologies have been reaffirmed after the enactment of House Bill 1137. Perhaps most importantly, the Commission's review of the CSG billing credits remains a rate-making exercise to ensure just and reasonable results based on the utility's cost of service and the associated impacts on ratepayers at large. Yet the annual filing process, which must occur regardless to implement the annual CSG billing credits, remains an opportunity for potential changes that may be sought by the solar parties in the future.
Commissioner Gallman.
Thanks, Mr. Davis. I agree with your recommendations.
Commissioner Plant.
Thanks. I agree as well.
As do I, and that can be an ABC decision denying the exceptions in both the Black Hills and Public Service Company cases. So thank you, Mr. Davis. 24A-0299E, Cabin Creek upgrades. Ms. Freeman and Mr. DeCenso.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Ellie Friedman of your advisory staff, and with me this morning is Commission Counsel Mitch DeCenso. So this morning we'll discuss exceptions to recommended decision number R250488, filed by the Office of Utility Consumer Advocate in the Cabin Creek Prudence Review proceeding. I'll provide some background, then Mr. DeCenso will present UCA's motion to respond to the joint response to exceptions and Public Service and staff's response to that motion. Then we'll move to the exceptions filing. As background, the Cabin Creek Hydro facility came online in 1967. In 2015, the company filed a CPCN application to upgrade the 2 turbine units and expand the upper reservoir. After a competitive bid process, the company chose Alstom Renewables, now GE Renewables, to complete the project through a fixed price engineering, procurement, and construction, or EPC contract. The work was to begin in 2017 and was expected to be completed by 2020 with an $88 million budget. However, the project was not completed until 2023, and the costs had risen to $109 million. In the company's 2022 Phase 1 electric rate case, the Commission ordered a holistic review of the costs associated with the upgrade project. On July 1st of 2024, Public Service filed an application seeking an order finding that the project was prudent. The Commission referred the matter to an administrative law judge, or an ALJ. After testimony was filed, staff and Public Service filed a settlement agreement that allows a prudence determination for costs up to the April 30th, 2024 in-service date of the facility. Settlement also allows for an $8 million reduction in equity return credited customers to the Electric Commodity Adjustment, that's the ECA, a customer credit for any additional liquidated damages received from GE above the $5 million already received, and a refund of $5 million in Department of Energy benefits if that amount is received by the company. The settlement sets out reporting requirements for Cabin Creek to be included in the 2024 and 2025 ECA PCCA prudence reviews. Finally, although staff had requested implementation of a performance incentive mechanism, or a PIM, for Cabin Creek, the settlement allows for this to be included in the generation fleet PIM review, which is to be filed before the end of April of next year, as agreed to in the last ECA PCCA prudence review. UCA opposed the settlement, requesting additional cost disallowances. After an evidentiary hearing in April of this year, on June 27th, the ALJ issued his recommended decision approving the settlement. Among other things, the ALJ stated that the Commission does not require a settlement to represent the best possible outcome, but rather whether the settlement falls within the range of reasonable outcomes supported by the record and is in the public interest. Ultimately, the ALJ found that the settlement agreement resolved all disputed issues between Public Service and staff, incorporated several significant financial and reporting concessions, and was within the range of reasonable outcomes based on the record. The ALJ also found that the record does not support the cost recovery disallowances proposed by UCA. The ALJ points to the testimonies of staff witness O'Neill and Public Service witness Piquet as evidentiary support in the record that the agreed-upon reduction in equity return was a negotiated compromise that acknowledges the history and complexity of the Cabin Creek project. He found that, taken as a whole, the settlement agreement is just, reasonable, and in the public interest, and approved it without modification. On July 17th, UCA filed exceptions to the decision. Staff and Public Service jointly filed a motion to respond to the exceptions, which the Commission granted. On August 7th, UCA filed a motion to respond to the joint response, and on August 12th, Public Service and staff filed a motion to respond to UCA. Mr. DeCenso will present these motions now.
Go ahead, Mr. DeCenso.
There it is. Sorry about that. On August 7th, 2025, UCA filed a combined motion for leave to respond and a response to Public Service and staff's joint response to exceptions. Generally, UCA alleges the joint response misstates the law regarding due process and the scope of the proceeding, and arguing that UCA denied the company a fair opportunity to reasonably address certain issues in its rebuttal testimony, because UCA only raised the issues in cross-examination. UCA contends these assertions amount to a misstatement of the law, a material misrepresentation of facts in the record, are inconsistent with prior Commission decisions, and improperly limits the scope of the proceeding. UCA points to past proceedings where the Commission held that the scope of a given proceeding is not necessarily limited by the written answer testimony. UCA asked the Commission to reject the company's arguments on these grounds. Yesterday, on August 12th, the company and staff filed a joint response to UCA's motion. Public Service and staff state that, while they do not think UCA's motion meets the standard for filing a response under Commission rule, they suggest the Commission could grant the motion in these circumstances for the purpose of completeness of the record and to avoid any doubts that UCA's arguments are fully heard in this proceeding. As for the substance of UCA's response, Public Service and staff argue it did not make the sweeping claims suggested by UCA, but rather discussed how the specific cross-examination documents UCA relies on fit into the context of the entirety of the record and the specific circumstances of how UCA's exceptions rely on those documents. The joint response contends that none of its statements or discussions rise to the level of an incorrect statement of law or material misrepresentation of fact. And I can pause here for discussion on this motion for leave to respond or proceed to offering a recommendation.
Yeah, if you can offer a recommendation, that'd be great.
Council agrees with Public Service and staff that while UCA's motion for leave to respond may not meet the standard for reply under Commission rule. However, in light of the joint response suggestion that the Commission grant UCA's motion in these specific circumstances for purposes of record completeness, and given that the motion is now unopposed, Council recommends granting UCA's motion for leave to respond.
Commissioner Goman,
I agree.
Commissioner Plant,
I also agree.
as do I. Thank you, Mr. DeCenso.
So,
But do you, yeah, go ahead.
So now turning to exceptions, UCA, in its exceptions, contends that the ALJ did not consider evidence of imprudence that was introduced at the evidentiary hearing. First, that the company did not ensure its contractor acted prudently. Second, that the company failed to use contractual remedies to minimize costs. And third, that the company did not plan the project appropriately. Specifically, UCA notes that the company's EPC contract with GE and a 2017 report from one of the company's electrical contractors. Therefore, UCA argues that the ALJ erred in approving the settlement. UCA argues that the Commission's prudence standards applies to the failures of GE and thus Public Service. UCA provides two instances to support its claim that the project was poorly planned and executed. First, the recommendation by GE to upgrade to an 11-blade turbine runner design, which added additional time for manufacture, and the accidental dropping of a washer into a turbine shaft seal. UCA further faults Public Service for not managing the EPC contract to minimize ratepayer costs and argues that costs that can be reasonably attributed to the company's failure to pursue contractual remedies should be disallowed as imprudent. UCA discounts the company's claim that with a fixed price contract, GE absorbed the cost of the rework, thus the structure of the contract was in the best interest of the ratepayers. In support of its argument that the project was poorly planned, UCA points to staff testimony questioning the 217 change reports for the project. Additionally, UCA argues that although the 2017 engineering report noted issues with an isolated phase bus duct, the IPBD, the company failed to plan for the IPBD replacement, so when that replacement ended up being necessary, the project cost increased by $6.4 million. As to the generation fleet performance metric, UCA states that this is in the settlement in the ECA PCCA proceeding and opines that the company will be given discretion to propose a performance metric that furthers its own interests at the cost of ratepayers and the public interest. Finally, UCA questions trial staff's commitment to the settlement, because in the joint SOP, staff did not join the company's response to UCA's disallowance request. UCA further notes that after it raised imprudence arguments at the evidentiary hearing, no staff witness testified. In their joint response, staff and Public Service maintain that the settlement is in the public interest, stating that they came to a compromise that is reasonable and considers the full record that includes hundreds of pages of testimony from the company and staff and some 10,000 pages of responses to staff's discovery questions. In contrast, they note that in answer testimony, UCA witness Chris Neal provided only 4 pages of analysis of the prudency of the company's actions. He promulgated 1 set of discovery questions on the company's direct testimony and no discovery questions on the company's rebuttal testimony. Additionally, the joint response notes that UCA did not file testimony specifically related to its opposition to the settlement and that UCA's attorney waived cross-examination of all 3 staff witnesses and 2 company witnesses at the evidentiary hearing. Public Service and staff note that Commission Rule 1408A encourages settlements and assert that the settlement in this proceeding was appropriate because it resulted in the resolution of divergent positions and avoided full litigation between these parties, saving considerable resources and costs. They point to the $8 million reduction in equity return as a compromise between staff's initial recommendation of a $21 million disallowance and the company's position that there should be no disallowance. They explained that staff's initial calculation of $21 million included a lost capacity value based on the surplus capacity credit, which company witness Landrum explained in rebuttal testimony is forward-looking and therefore does not relate to what customers actually paid for capacity during the Cabin Creek outage. Removing this amount adjusts staff's calculation to $9.2 million. Adding in $100,000 for the cost of transmission reservations passed through the ECA, which staff had not initially included, brings the total disallowance based on staff's calculation to $9.3 million. They note that UCA provided no testimony on this point, and UCA's attorney did not question Mr. Landrum during the evidentiary hearing. Public Service and staff argue that UCA fails to provide specific instances that could be deemed imprudent and fails to tie any imprudent actions to dollar values that could be disallowed. As to the issues regarding the EPC contract raised at hearing, Public Service and staff assert that these issues were not raised by Mr. Neal in his answer testimony, although the company discussed both in direct testimony. Public Service and staff note that although through rebuttal testimony, the company addressed questions regarding that GE contract and provided thousands of pages of documentation on the company's work with GE. Additionally, staff and Public Service note that although the UCA rests much of its case on the GE contract, UCA witness Neal acknowledged during the evidentiary hearing that he had not read that contract. Finally, they note that UCA fails to point out specific actions that were imprudent and the corresponding dollar amounts for disallowance. Public Service and staff also reject UCA's argument that the company did not enforce the EPC contract, noting that GE was required to complete the work at a fixed price, absorbing substantial costs when the work was more challenging than anticipated, and GE paid liquidated damages when deadlines were not met. Liquidated damages associated with performance guarantees were not required because GE met or exceeded contractual requirements. As to UCA's argument and exceptions that the company should have determined GE was in default and terminated the contract, then found another contract to complete the project, Public Service and staff reject this suggestion as, quote, defying all commercial and engineering logic, and note that UCA witness Neal fails to provide any testimony as to how terminating the contract would have saved ratepayers money or brought the Cabin Creek units back online more quickly. As to UCA's claims that the company ignored the findings in the 2017 engineering report, Public Service and staff state that UCA has taken the report out of context and relies on one document from hundreds of meeting minutes and reports that were provided through discovery. They point out that the IPBD was not identified as one that needed specific action prior to the project. The company rejects UCA's statements that it ignored that report, noting that the company provided at least 40 reports on this issue to UCA more than 4 months prior to the deadline for filing of answer testimony. Furthermore, the issues that arose with the IPBD did not cause the units to be taken offline nor to be kept offline longer, thus were not the cause of any extension of outages. Noting that UCA recommends the Commission disallow costs in a range of $71 million to $138 million, Public Service and staff note that in its rebuttal testimony, Public Service detailed the many errors in UCA's calculations. They point out that UCA has made no effort to address these arguments or explain its rationale. They further note that UCA's upper value of $138 million in disallowance is greater than the entire cost of the project and is supported by only 4 pages of answer testimony from Mr. Neal. Staff specifically addresses UCA's statements that it does not fully support the settlement. Staff states that it did consider UCA's position in opposition to the settlement and finds UCA's position lacking in evidentiary support. Furthermore, staff objects to UCA's statement that in the joint SOP, staff took no position, noting that this was used for convenience in drafting the SOP and because Public Service was the party that presented testimony to rebut UCA's arguments. Additionally, staff questions why UCA remarked on the order of witnesses at the hearing, emphasizing that staff's position at the end of the hearing was unchanged from its position when the hearing began. Staff states that they do not agree with UCA's recommended disallowances, that UCA presented no compelling arguments for disallowance, and that UCA has not met its burden to present evidence to justify modifying or abandoning the settlement agreement. Overall, public service and staff assert that UCA fails to explain what specific actions the company took or did not take that were imprudent, the date of those actions or inactions, the specific delays and resulting customer impacts, and specific dollar amounts associated with those actions or inactions. They note that UCA's failure to tie any company actions to dollar amounts is contrary to the fundamental legal principle of causation and basic notions of fair methods for calculating disallowances or damages. I can provide a recommendation if you'd like.
Let me just jump in here and say, I thought the staff answer testimony was thorough and presented a compelling case faulting the company for poor project planning and management, including an excessive number of change orders and for failing to anticipate the time necessary to obtain FERC approvals. Given this reality, I can certainly appreciate UCA's frustration with this situation. I was also disappointed there was no project-specific PIM in the settlement agreement and that it was left to a future and broader process. Even so, I don't think UCA made the case for further reductions in returns, and the LDs from the EPC and the DOE grant funds helped to further limit adverse customer impacts. As Ms. Friedman said, while the settlement agreement may not be the best possible outcome, I understand the argument and the recommended decision that the settlement agreement falls within the range of reasonable outcomes, and I certainly can't find in this record that it's not in the public interest. So I'm prepared to deny UCA's exceptions and vote to uphold the recommended decision approving the settlement agreement. But curious to hear what you guys think. Commissioner Gilman.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks, Ms. Friedman and Mr. DeSenso. I appreciate it. Yeah, I tend to agree with you, Chairman. Essentially, you know, multiple things can be true at once. It seems as though the settlement agreement likely is reasonable, and UCA's objections here don't kind of rise to that, you know, a need to overturn it, but at the same time is certainly, you know, not a good look for the company's ability to manage costs and timelines on utility-owned generation, which is not great news. But at the same time, I think the settlement agreement strikes a balance that UCA's arguments don't overcome.
Commissioner Plant?
I agree.
And Ms. Friedman, that could be an ABC decision denying the exception and granting UCA's motion consistent with Mr. DeSento's recommendation. Does that give you what you need for an ABC order, Ms. Friedman?
Yes, I just want to clarify you'll be denying that, and as you pointed out at the beginning of your comments, you acknowledged the work that staff had done through its testimony. Would you like to include that in the order?
I would very much like to include that in the order. I thought staff did a really thorough and comprehensive job digging into this, and appreciate all the work, and would very much like to highlight that in the order. So thank you. And thank you, Ms. Friedman, for the presentation, and Mr. DeSenzo. Let's do the JTS discussion last and jump to 24A-0547E. Mr. Mendelson, DSP waiver request. Ms. Dundas.
Yes, good morning, Commissioners. I'm Mike Mendelson with your advisory team. On Monday, August 11th, Public Service filed a motion to extend the settlement deadline in the DSP AVPP proceeding to Friday, August 15th. Specifically, the motion is a request for partial variance from decision number C25-0261I to extend the settlement and stipulation deadline in this proceeding. The motion states that the company and certain parties have made material progress toward resolving issues associated with the AVPP application, and that issues related to the DSP application could also be resolved in whole or in part. Public Service also requested a waiver to response time. Advisors recommend granting the motion and the waiver to the response time.
Commissioner Gomez,
I agree.
Commissioner Plant,
I also agree.
as do I. And I think we could do that as an ABC decision, granting the motion and waiving the response time. Does that give you what you need, Mr. Mendelson?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Thank you. 25A-055E, Mr. Davis.
Good morning again, Commissioners. On June 12th, Black Hills Colorado Electric filed an application for a Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity for a 50-megawatt battery storage project. Black Hills seeks to own and operate what it calls the Pueblo Battery Resource to be located at the company's Pueblo Airport Generating Station. The company will acquire the facility pursuant to a build transfer agreement between Black Hills and a third-party developer. By the application, Black Hills specifically asks for approval of the CPCN to operate and own the storage project, a presumption of prudence finding for the acquisition costs of the project, approval to avoid allowance for funds used during construction payments by modifying cost recovery to allow recovery of construction work in progress, or CWIP, approval to increase up to a cap the baseline for the associated cost to construct performance incentive mechanism, or cost to construct PIM, consistent with the terms the company and the developer agreed to in the bill transfer agreement due to changes in federal law that could impact the final purchase price, a finding that no operational PIM and no emissions PIM is necessary or appropriate for the project, and finally, approval of the proposed cost recovery mechanism for the annual revenue requirement. The Commission's July 30th meeting, the Commission set the matter for hearing and referred the case to an ALJ. The Commissioners voted for the ABC decision to include certain statements as guidance to the ALJ and the parties. On Monday, August 11th, Black Hills filed a motion for clarification or modification to that decision. Black Hills takes issues with three aspects of the guidance put forward in the referral decision. First, Black Hills argues that the following statement in the referral order causes confusion. The statement is, the costs and risks of construction and construction finance is on the third-party developer bidder, and Black Hills is the project buyer. It is not appropriate to add these costs to the CTC PIM baseline established in proceeding number 22A-230E. Black Hills states it does not understand this blunt conclusion and that it is premature. Black Hills explains that it's not had a chance to present evidence and argument to the ALJ as how its requests in the application are just and reasonable and should be approved. Both the ALJ and the Commission should decide these issues after full consideration of the record. Second, Black Hills disputes in its motion how the referral decision makes reference to certain parts of the pre-filed direct testimony of its witness, Michael Harrington, regarding the price adjustments, the risks, and the force majeure provisions in the contracts. Black Hills seeks the opportunity to present evidence on and argue for any relief requested under change of law or force majeure provisions to the ALJ, and for the ALJ to make determinations consistent with the law and evidence. And third, Black Hills disagrees with the characterization in the referral decision that CWIP recovery under these circumstances is an interest-free loan. Black Hills requests clarification or modification of the referral order to allow the company to present evidence and argument on this issue directly to the ALJ. And if this request is denied, the Commission should clarify whether the CWIP recovery request is also denied, which would better inform the ALJ and the parties as they engage in the expedited review of this application. More generally, Black Hills argues in its motion that for the Commission to pre-decide certain issues before the evidence has been admitted and before any hearing has taken place results in the practical denial of Black Hills' substantive or procedural rights to be fully heard by presenting its case to the ALJ and participating in a hearing. Black Hills also warns the Commission that predetermination of substantive issues may also discourage settlements. In its conferral statement within the motion, Black Hills states that the only two interveners in this proceeding are trial staff of the Commission and the UCA. UCA takes no position on this motion according to the conferral statement, and likewise, staff does not oppose the motion. but Black Hills also states that staff and USAA do not oppose a request for shortened response time to August 15th. Therefore, at the end of the motion, Black Hills specifically asks the Commission for shortened response time to this motion to Friday, August 15th, noting that neither staff nor UCA have an objection to that procedural request. So now I'll pause for your decision on next steps.
Do you have a recommendation? I think the only decision in front of us today is to whether to grant the motion for a shortened response time.
If that's what the Commission would like to do, they can, but also the conferral says that UCA takes no position on the motion and staff does not oppose the motion.
I guess I'd like to set August 15th for shortened response time, and I'm not prepared to take up the substance of the motion today. So that's what I'd like to suggest. Commissioner Gilman, does that work for you?
Yeah, that works.
Commissioner Plant?
I agree.
And that can be an ABC decision, Mr. Davis.
Thank you.
25A-0266E, Mr. Foreman, tri-state entry in the Southwest Power Pool.
Yes. Second. Good morning, Commissioners. Wyatt Foreman of your Commission Council. Before you today is a very brief decision point, and that is whether to set a shortened response time to the motion for extraordinary protection filed by Tri-State Generation Transmission Association, Inc. on August 6, 2025. This proceeding involves Tri-State's application requesting a finding that the Southwest Power Pool Regional Transmission Organization in the Western Interconnection is a statutory organized wholesale market as defined in Commission Rule 3752N, and that Tri-State's planned participation in the SPP RTO West is in the public interest. In its motion, Tri-State seeks extraordinary protection for categories of documents and information it collectively refers to as highly confidential information. Specifically, Tri-State requests extraordinary protection for interconnection customer information, including interconnection status for particular bids in Tri-State's 2023 ERP, and certain resources, sales, and load data for preliminary SPP RTO expansion planning reserve margin analysis. Regarding conferral, Tri-State explains the Colorado Energy Office, the Office of the Utility Consumer Advocate, Western Resource Advocates, and Commission staff take no position on the motion. Holy Cross Electric Association and Interwest Energy Alliance did not provide a conferral response, and while Black Hills Energy takes no position, it does reserve the right to respond to the motion. Considering Black Hills' reservation of right to respond, and considering that the 2-week response period under Commission Rule 1400B would run on August 20th, and therefore would not allow the Commission to address the merits of the motion until the August 27th weekly meeting, Council recommends setting a response deadline to Tri-State's motion of August 15th, which will then allow the Commission to address the merits of the motion at the August 20th weekly meeting. And I'll pause here for a vote on whether to set a shortened response time to the MEP.
Commissioner Gilman?
I agree.
Commissioner Plant?
I agree.
As do I, and that can be an ABC motion, ABC order. So thank you. Thank you, sir. Let's jump to 24A-0442E. Public Service Company in Colorado approval of its 24 just transition solicitation.
Yes. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Michael Eden with your advisory team. I'll be joined today by fellow advisor Mike Mendelson. This morning, we'll continue the deliberations in Public Service Company of Colorado's Just Transition Solicitation, or the JTS. And due to time constraints, I won't spend a lot of time setting up the case beyond what the background that I provided last week. Before I hand it off, however, I will note for the benefit of the listening public that several public comments have recently been filed that express concern regarding the Commission's initial deliberations on load forecast. These public commenters include, among others, the Morgan County Economic Development Corporation, the Heart of the Rockies Chamber of Commerce, Latino Chamber of Commerce Pueblo, Upstate Colorado, the Greeley Area Chamber of Commerce, and the Greater Pueblo Chamber. As you know, at a high level, these commenters argue that artificially cutting load forecasts will have long-term economic consequences for Colorado communities. They ask for the Commission to adopt a forward-looking energy plan that supports Colorado's long-term competitiveness. Before I turn it over to Mr. Mendelson to tee up your decisions on load forecasts, I'll pause for any initial comments that the Commission may have.
Yeah, I mean, I just have a few things to say in response to those public comments that bleed over into the load forecast. First, for me, I believe this commission is absolutely committed to providing the company with the resources it needs to keep the lights on. As I said last week, I'd vote to approve a $500 million fund to order equipment that could be critical to adding resources to the grid, but has long lead times, such as transformers, breakers, and new combustion turbines, and perhaps safe harbor both wind and solar equipment. And there may be other approaches that may work better for my colleagues. At the same time, I'm just not prepared to approve the company's base case as presented. By 2031, the company is proposing to spend over $40 billion in new generation, transmission, and distribution capital off a current rate base of $12 billion. Given the sheer size of this capital spending, the company projects that residential rates may increase by close to 50% by 2031, and perhaps more, as the company has not recalculated the rate impact based on the large increases in generation costs that it has already incurred. At the same time, the company projects residential rates to increase. It forecasts that the rates paid by data centers and other large loads may remain flat through 2031, raising concerns about whether the revenues from these loads will offset the costs imposed, particularly given the rapidly rising cost of new generation. The company has also told us that its base case forecast requires over $13 billion in new transmission, but it can't tell us how a significant portion of that money will be spent and where. Likewise, we don't fully understand the environmental impacts of serving these large new loads, nor do we have complete estimates of curtailment. And the company's EV and BV load forecasts appear to be overstated. Finally, the company has presented us with a lower updated base case forecast, but has not provided any capital spending, resource need, or rate impact modeling based on that forecast. I read the recent public comments we received as warning us that not having sufficient generation and resource adequacy would negatively impact Colorado's economic competitiveness for years to come. I agree. The company, as always, must maintain reliability. At the same time, if the company goes forward and builds billions of dollars of new generation and the projected electricity demand from things like data centers doesn't appear or relies on tariffs that end up raising all other customers' rates, then public service customers, residential and businesses alike, will likely be paying higher rates for electricity than neighboring states and communities. As such, this commission also needs to stay focused on affordability. Along the same lines, if electricity costs are high, that impedes other state priorities that seek to encourage people to adopt EVs and BEE, and the state's emission goals become harder to achieve. Thus, this commission needs to balance all these concerns, maintaining accountability for reliability, affordability, and emissions reductions. So that's just background for the load forecasting discussion we're about to have. And I don't know, Commissioner Gilman, you want to add anything, say anything now, or just wait till we get into the load forecasting? But now's an opportunity if you'd like.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for that, Mr. Eden and Chairman. Yeah, I mean, I think one of our priorities here in this discussion is ensuring that the customer money that we're spending will not unduly raise bills for customers coming up. You know, in essence, we sign the checks that ratepayers end up paying for in years to come. And so what we're trying to do is ensure that we're supporting loads that we have a high degree of confidence are coming with unprecedented flexibility in our processes to ensure that we can rapidly respond to developments as they come in really very uncertain circumstances. So, yeah, appreciate your comments and look forward to a more detailed discussion to come.
Commissioner Plant, anything you want to say, or feel free to wait till the load forecasting and subsequent conversations, anywhere you'd like to go.
Yeah, appreciate it. And I agree with the comments that both of you have made. You know, I'm frankly, I think that the company really tried to gin up an awful lot of reaction and frankly, I think misrepresented a lot of the discussions that we had. And I don't think that really serves a positive purpose. I think that something that's telling is that, and maybe the public isn't aware of this, but the three commissioners here really have no idea where each other are on any of these issues prior to coming in and having these conversations. I had no idea where you were, Mr. Chairman. Don't know where you were, Commissioner Gilman. Until we come into this room and we have this conversation about the case, because we're not permitted to talk to each other about these things. And I think that the fact that all of us individually, after reading all of the testimony and participating in the hearings and doing the research, came in with many of the same, I don't know that we have the same solution, but we came in with many of the same concerns, I think is pretty telling. So as we work through, our concerns and try and come up with the most appropriate solution, I think it's important for people to understand that we're trying to find what the most reasonable solution is that will maintain affordability and reliability, and also mitigate risk on customers as we go forward. And that's the kind of approach that we take here. And so that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Plant. Mr. Mendelson, you want to start us off on load forecasting?
Sure, yes. Good morning again, Commissioners. I'll be guiding you through the load forecast decisions, and happy to provide any recommendations at any point in this discussion. As advisors understand the Commission's discussion last week, we see general alignment on many of the load forecast issues and recommend using the low load forecast as the initial starting point for which to have further discussion. Importantly, the low load forecast would eliminate from the forecast all large loads except those with signed ESA or IA agreements, including strategic economic development customers, although your deliberation of the commercial principles will also be impactful here. The low load forecast also includes a lower trend line for EV adoption, ending with roughly 700,000 EVs in the public service territory by 2031, still a significant increase from the current value of just about 150,000 EVs, and a lower oil and gas electrification value of 151 megawatts by 2031. The Commission will get a chance to fine-tune these values below. If the Commission is comfortable with that initial approach of starting with the low load forecast, advisors will skip next to the commercial principles section below, or the Commission can decide to go back through each item without selecting any specific forecast scenario as a starting point.
I think that works for me. I thought even in the low load, the EVs and BE may be overstated, but maybe that doesn't give enough room for some of the large loads. But Commissioner Gilman, curious to hear your thinking.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, kind of as where I was last week. I think the low load is a reasonable place to start. With regard to the EV and BE forecast, it's difficult, right? Because I think we certainly want to support a lot of ambition for growth there for adoption curve. Yeah, a lot of the details as to how these were forecasted, the lack of flexibility, and really the lack of like any detail or granularity as far as the use, the differentiation of different loads is really troubling and tends to, certainly appear to inflate the forecast, even assuming the same adoption curve. So I just wanted to emphasize, I think we want to certainly keep pressing on that adoption to pursue other state policy goals and ensure there's room there. But the real issue here is how it was modeled and really the lack of optimization and really trying to make these be loads that look good and perform well for the system, which is really the promise of adding EVs and BEs to the system. These should be used strategically and intelligently to help improve the load factor across the whole system, but have the flexibility to assist, in not making the peak situation worse on the system. So, I would be accepting to go with the low forecast, to go with what is included in the low forecast for each of those, but interested to hear if you all wanted to go somewhere different. But I just think that that color is important for us in terms of expressing, this doesn't mean we try less hard at EV adoption or at BE adoption, but rather the ambition to ensure that it's strategically done such that it is a benefit to the system, not a detriment to the system. And very unfortunately, the forecasting we're seeing here paints it slightly more as a detriment to the system. And that doesn't have to be our destiny. And so coming out of this, we need to have a vision going into the proceedings that specifically influence that set those programs and ambitions to ensure that we're keeping our eye on the ball and move that so that we can actually have tactics within those to achieve the means of ensuring that we increase that load while de-emphasizing its impact on the peak through kind of intelligent design and programming.
Commissioner Plant, anywhere you'd like to go?
Yeah, so I mean, I have some of the similar concerns and thoughts around it. I did kind of end up in a different place that I wanted to throw out to you guys. I agree, Commissioner Gilman, on the one. This is one of the things I've been struggling with. I think we have aspirational goals within the CHP, within the transportation electrification program, try and achieve these objectives. And when you look at the projections that the company has, I think some of those projections are a little bit out there. I mean, they have in heat pump water heaters in 1 year, they have over 1,000% increase in the number of heat pump water heaters that are going to get installed from 1 year to another. 200, 300% increases in other areas in 1 year. I think that's maybe unrealistic. But, I also think that if we're going to set certain aspirational goals, we ought to, model that within a system that could achieve those aspirational goals. Otherwise, it's just sort of a fantasy. If we don't have the system to support what we're trying to get to, then we're not really supporting that. So, while I do have some issues with the beneficial electrification, assumptions, I think that, they also, as you pointed out, Commissioner Gilman, offer some opportunities for benefiting the system in terms of, thermal storage, in terms of managed demand. And so I think that they also provide assets to the system, which, while currently not maybe adequately modeled, are true advantages to the system. On the EVs, if I start in one of the things that areas where I think I differ more in approach than in actual substance with you guys is if we if we start with the base forecast, for example, the updated base forecast, and the reason I would start there is because that's where, you know, the quad party framework work starts. That's where people have, you know, sort of used that as the basis for where they're in agreement. I think that the biggest modification, well, there's two modifications that I would make to that. One is I would adopt the what is it called, the medium EV forecast, the one that has a little mid yeah. EV forecast. I think that's just practical with the changes in federal policy and with you know, tariffs and all that sort of thing. I think we're going to just we can't assume that we're going to have the same level of adoption with and without that support. So I think that makes a lot of sense. And the other change that I would make to that updated base forecast is to, instead of using step 8 as the trigger for data centers, I would, and I want to have this discussion with you, I'd either use step 9 as the trigger or, you know, specifically assigned ESA. And the difference there, I think, is, you know, one of the things that I think all of us are concerned about is that there's a difference between, you know, being in negotiations and actually having signed something. And if you have a signed commitment from a data center, I think that at that point we can start down the road to, you know, planning for their generation. You know, this comes with an assumption of prudence and all sorts of things that are associated with that. I don't think we could. I personally, I don't think I could say that we could commit to that if it's just a negotiation. I think that somebody has to sign something and they have to have something, some sort of a commitment. My preference would be assigned ESA because that comes with the commercial principles that are associated with that, as opposed to step 9 as defined by the company is assigned ESA or assigned IA. I don't think the assigned IA really comes with as much of maybe a financial equipment as assigned ESA does. But I think that, you know, with those two changes are the things that I would make to the updated based forecast. And then I would also say that we would want them to model the EVs in that medium case with a 50% managed charging by 2030, which would be a little bit under 10% a year improvement over where they are. Just as I think we need to be aspirational in, you know, the resources that we're trying to bring onto the system in terms of beneficial electrification and EVs. I also think, you know, just sort of adopting a really disappointing level of managed charging as the standard that we're going to base our forecast off of is just not acceptable, particularly when the lack of managing that charging has such an incredible impact on our overall capital expenditures. So that's the basic proposal that I would throw out is start with the updated base, change the EV projection to the medium, apply a 50% by 2030 managed charging, and then put a trigger for data centers in all of the aspects of the RFPs and the consideration within the IMP and et cetera, as that signed ESA, or, I mean, willing to have this conversation. I'm not sure what I might be not considering here, but either the 90% level, which is assigned ESA or IA, or requiring assigned ESA.
So I guess I don't think I can go that far, Commissioner Plan. I don't think we have any Encompass modeling. I don't think we have any rate impact forecasts for the updated base case. So even with your proposed reductions from the updated base case, I just can't get there. I just don't think it's supported on this record. So I'm okay with the low load forecast with some significant discussion of all the flaws Commissioner Plant talked about, and we've been talking about on EVs, BE. And we may need to have a conversation on the commercial principles before we can finalize this conversation. But I think you're in the middle, Commissioner Gilman. Last week I was below the low load forecast and struggling to get even there. So I think you're in the middle, Commissioner Gilman. So anywhere you'd like to go.
Yeah, maybe we can keep it to just EVs right now without, I mean, to my understanding, a lot of the large difference between the low and mid is the treatment of those large loads. And it came out more in the low treatment of the large loads. So I'm not sure it's fair to say you're starting with the base, but so if we look at just EVs, I could get to a place where we start with the mid EV adoption, but then in the forecasting layout, and like I had said last week, I would really like to get to a place where we're laying out a methodology rather than a hard megawatt number, because this has to be something that can be recreated for the supplemental RFP and its forecasting, presuming that that's approved. So what I would say is we go with the EV mid adoption level, but then first of all, a expectation that the company within the forecasting for both the base and supplemental RFPs splits battery plug-in hybrids and full EVs. They had stated that they likely have those numbers, can do that. They have insanely different power needs, charging durations, and criticality, really, of charging. So I think, first of all, the expectation should be set. That gets differentiated in the forecast, and those adjustments are made to account for the difference in charging needs. And then I'm on board with ramping the expectation for managed charging, I would say, to 50% by 2030 for full EVs, 90% by 2030 for battery plug-in hybrids. They are entirely fungible in terms of if they charge or not. They have an entire gas tank. That's the whole point. So those loads in particular should be highly manageable to move off the peak, and those customers should clearly be communicated with and incented to do so. That would be an absurd load to have charging at the peak, just frankly. So that's where I would go with EVs. I think we go, again, mid-adoption, a clear expectation, the battery, plug-in hybrid, and full EVs are separated out in the forecast. I think we heard they think it's about 30% plug-in hybrid. And then ramp the managed charging for full EVs to 50% by 2030 and 90% for plug-in hybrids by 2030. Yeah. And just a sec. I don't know, honestly, if they have the forecasting capabilities to do this. I began to doubt that they did, so this may be something we have to work on more in CEP. But it certainly seems as though our ambition for managed charging should not just be the look of, you set one time what your preferences are, and there are these tranches. We have to move to actual active management of charging, especially in case the system gets into a tight situation. These are an incredible resource to be flexing during those situations. So our ambition should be actual active managed charging of these loads, whether through VPPs or other mechanisms. But I think that very much should be our expectation.
So
yeah, I agree with that approach.
Can I just jump in and ask Commissioner Gilman a question? Commissioner Plant, are you, and like Commissioner Plant, I support everything you're saying. Are you thinking we'll adjust the initial RFP based on a revised forecast, or is this for the supplemental RFP, Commissioner Gilman?
For both.
For both, okay.
certainly if there are differences in adoption between the base and supplemental RFP, that should be reflected in that forecast. That would be probably the difference, but I think the ambition for 2030 would be similar, since we're not going to have any adjudication between now and then. I mean, perhaps something comes out of TEP that like better informs that and ends up getting thrown in the middle before the supplemental RFP. But I think with what we know today, it would be the ambition to use that for both, but with an expectation if the base number that we already know adoption is different coming up to that supplemental RFP than we're projecting now, clearly that should be updated to be accurate.
Commissioner Plant, it sounds like that works for you.
Yeah, I think that approach makes a lot of sense.
Makes sense to me too. Did you guys have any thoughts on the beneficial electrification before we go back to the large loads? Commissioner Gelman?
I mean, less clear, but same principles here. I mean, we have to have a strong expectation that these loads get managed in an intelligent way. And I think that's what I'm really struggling with, daily load profiles that make little to no sense and a high coincidence with system peak, which is just not the plan for BE. So, whatever it is, I think it's a lower peak load forecast. But really the reason is to move to significantly more ambition through the DSM, BESI, and Clean Heat Plan, as far as ensuring that as those loads come on, especially as they are incented to come on the system, that we take that golden opportunity to move them into programs that actually manage the loads, whether, like I said before, if that's VPP or otherwise. And I know we had talked about some of this potentially coming out of the DSP VPP proceeding, which is possible, although it sounds like there's kind of settlement negotiations going on right now. So not to wade too much into that, I think it's important to express, like, if we think some of this gets settled there or that this discussion progresses there and then we rely upon that, I think for what it's worth, it's important for the parties to know that, as they're negotiating that in real time. So, what's harder to say is, like, what does this end up in as far as a reduction off of their assumptions? But to me, the whole game is being far more ambitious about how controllable those loads are and how really proactively we go after that as a goal.
Any comments on that, Commissioner Plant?
Yeah, I agree, and I think you bring up a really good point there, Commissioner Gilman. I really think that coming out of the DSP, we need to, one of the questions that we need to answer is how to incorporate what comes out of the DSP into this projection and what kind of modeling we should use. I would point out, and I mentioned this a little earlier, but in their projection between 2026 and 2027, the company is estimating a over 300% increase in the installation of residential all-electric heat pumps. But we didn't see any corollary within the managed side of that demand. All we see is that big bump in demand. We don't see any benefit. Similarly, between 26 and 27, there's a 1,216% increase in heat pump water heaters. They're projecting we go from 9,000 heat pump water heaters to over 122,000 heat pump water heaters in 1 year. Again, great source of thermal storage in a heat pump water heater, but don't see really any benefit in the projection either. And I think, that some of these numbers, we're seeing them on the cost side and we're not seeing them reflected on the benefit side to the system. And I have concerns about that. But that being said, as it relates to this particular, estimate for load, again, I think we need to sort of plan our load to the aspirational goals of the clean heat plan, and so am willing to take that beneficial electrification projection that they have in their model and apply it to our load projection. Just would reiterate that I would like to see the benefits within the DSP, recommending how we model that within the plan as well.
Let's jump to the data centers, Commissioner Gilman. It sounded like Commissioner Plant was sort of open to the updated base case forecast for that, and maybe a modified 90% standard based on signed energy as service agreements. Given that I'm still struggling with whether the revenues cover the costs, I'm just not there. So where are you on the data centers?
Yeah, let me just add something on BE really quick. My fault, sorry.
Yeah.
But, part of the complication here is we're seeing in this proceeding, we're seeing in other proceedings, this whole dispute about, is there supplemental heat? What type of supplemental heat? How much does it take? Does it hit at the system peak? It's somewhat early days, not like worldwide, which is a little annoying that we can't find better information somewhere, especially like there are cold climates that have many, many heat pumps deployed. But look, if we don't have the data, we don't have the data. But we're looking at deploying thousands and thousands of heat pumps a year, tens of thousands, eventually hundreds of thousands each year. Customers have already paid. We have over 1 million smart meters out on the system that can track interval data, can understand the difference in behavior. We already have the cool tech to figure a lot of this out, and ratepayers have paid for it. So I think it would only be responsible for us to ensure that as we're deploying these solutions and these programs, the part of that is going to be some reporting and data collection about what this looks like in the real world, what it looks like in our climate, so that we can continue to improve the data and assumptions going into these proceedings. I used to have some hope we could have some help from a federal lab or somebody to help us get through this, but I'm not even sure we need to at this point. Like, the AMI is already here. We should have the cool gadgets to get this done and disaggregate this information and figure it out. We don't even have to rely on some other entity outside of the state. But I think what we have to do is really work with the utility to develop that reporting and that disaggregation, so that instead of guessing and I think coming up with estimates that are, bordering on absurdly high about how high an electrified home will peak, we should have real data. We should have thousands of real data points, and that should be part of this job, is using that data to ensure that then we're not overbuilding, overspending, that we actually understand how this looks and acts in the real world to make these assumptions. So just want to make that point, is I think we need to take every opportunity we can as we're deploying these programs, not just to get people into managed solutions so that the actual equipment is operating more intelligently, but that we're also tracking how did it go, so that we can feed better assumptions and actual data into the future proceedings that determine how much more we'll build and how much more we'll spend as these things get deployed.
So I have a quick question around that, and I think it's a really good point. Would you support, as in this modeling process, support the 3 kilowatt backup resistance as opposed to the 10 that I think is currently being modeled?
Mr. Mendelson, maybe you could tell me. I thought it was like 17.
It's 17 for cold climate heat pumps. All electric.
I mean, like all things, the truth probably lies somewhere in the middle, right? you know, and that's why I think there could be a reasonable diminishment of this, how this plays in the forecast, just on the case of like that assumption. While perhaps in the worst case, that's what you get. I don't even understand the argument to say, so we just multiply that by everyone who might possibly do it. You know, clearly there will be a diversity of equipment. There will be, we'll get people into flexible programs. There will be a diversity of how it hits coincident peak. And so it's probably an absurd assumption to make for every single. So is it exactly 3? I don't know. Is it exactly 17? Certainly not for everyone. So the truth will lie somewhere in the middle, which is why like actual data collection will be really powerful. For now, yeah, it's probably something at the midpoint of those is like reasonable to actually assume occurs, because there will be a ton of diversity in these systems in terms of what people have and how they can make it work to retrofit them.
I mean, I think in our testimony, there's an argument for a 3 kilowatt in the modeling. And, you know, similarly, I think, you know, we're already, you know, I think on one hand, we're agreeing to an aspirational number of on the BE to then apply this really, really high resistance number to the modeling. Just seems to be over too much.
Yeah, let's jump back to the decision matrix, and I think we better get on the large loads, and we just gotta start making the decisions. So, Mr. Mendelson, can you just briefly see if you can frame up a large load discussion and see if we can get the forecast tied down?
Sure, thank you. So as I understand it, the commission is voting for at least a 90% probability, according to the company's rubric, with the signing of the commercial principles. And we'll get to the specifics of the commercial principles. But if I understand that there is a 3-0 vote.
No, I don't think we're even there. I'm struggling with the commercial principles and may not want to see them approved, denied, or modified in this case, and may want to leave it to the January tariff filing. So I think we better go through the large load discussion in a more structured way, Mr. Mendelson, if you can tee it up. And I think we need to hear from Commissioner Gilman what she thinks on the large loads. So go ahead, Mr. Mendelson.
Okay. All righty, thank you. All right, so going back, Public Service suggests approving all customers that have completed Step 8, that is actively negotiating an interconnection agreement or electric service agreement, but signs neither. Customers in this category are assigned an 80% probability of fruition. In Step 9, at least one agreement is signed, which is the basis of the low forecast. 3 of 4 data centers, according to the company, are in both the low and the updated base forecasts. One data center, customer G, is in the updated base forecast only. Data centers with an 80% probability means, among other things, that the counterparty has site control. Both the system impact study and the facility study have been completed. The company is actively negotiating its interconnection agreement or ESA with the customer and has entered into an IA or has entered into either agreement with the customer. The company claims that in order to execute the IA or ESA agreements, both parties need certainty that the company will be able to procure and supply the generation required. Mr. Bailey says that maintaining the 80% threshold is important, as many large load customers are unwilling to sign an IA or ESA with the company absent assurance the company will have the generation to serve the customer. This is why a higher probability, such as 90%, is unworkable as a threshold for the base forecast. Now, parties have argued that that Public Service does not articulate any legitimate concern with approving a combination of the basic framework of a base or supplemental RFP plus an INP, and that instruction that large new loads be included in any of these solicitations only after they have signed an ESA implementing all of the commercial principles. WRA sweep suggests the company should only include new large loads from customers who have provided a signed ESA, IA, again with 90% probability. Mr. Iden notes that Dominion Energy, the utility with the largest data center load, forecasts associated loads, even largest data center loads, well below the amount of contracted capacity at the ESA and construction agreement levels, whereas Public Service is planning to serve over 100% of contracted loads. Mr. Iden also suggests that the company should improve the mechanism to track, validate, and categorize new future load requests based on past customer behavior. He also suggests the company track and report large loads over 10 megawatts, regarding average load factor, average peak day, hourly load profiles by season, and the experienced load ramp rate over time. So the decision here at this point is, should the Commission approve Public Services data center loads at 80% probability as proposed, or a 90% probability, which would include a signed ESA or IA?
And I guess, Commissioner Gilman, if you can help us think through where you are on the updated base case and the low load, and how you think about large loads, that would be really helpful.
Sure. So my preference would be to only include the large loads if they reach the 90%, step 9, whatever we're calling it now, but essentially have a signed agreement that includes the commercial principles, or at least the outline, the idea, the gist of the commercial principles. And this ensures that there is some cost responsibility, that we do not have, this massive risk that we shift the entirety of the cost onto other customers for a load that potentially doesn't show up in the amount they said. This has to be something more official than discussions or negotiations for us to be spending millions or potentially billions of dollars. So I would say that. I know there's also discussions, obviously, about the large load tariff and our expectations there. So I don't know if you want me to stop right now.
No, why don't you keep? Let's get everything on the table. Keep going.
I may not get it all. So then Mr. Mendelson will help me. With regard to the tariff, that in the Quad Priority Framework, the company has essentially agreed to file in January 2026. I think we all agreed last week that it would be our expectation that large loads would be essentially given a warning that it is our expectation large loads would be subject to that tariff, even if they join prior to the implementation of that tariff. And I think we can certainly flesh out some of these. Like the commercial principles were not really litigated here. They kind of came in rebuttal and are just an idea, a backstop for some risk sharing in the interim, which I think is necessary until we kind of stand up the entirety of the process that will ensure that we really have cost allocation and risk sharing that makes this situation work. But I think we have certainly an opportunity in that tariff discussion to better flesh out like what should be in there, what should be all the criteria. They don't have to be 100% perfect right now. I think having them is better than nothing in terms of ensuring that there is more proper kind of cost allocation, risk sharing in the interim for large loads that join the system before that tariff is complete. Because of course that will take the better part of 26 to litigate. So we'll be a year from now before that's probably an actual active tariff. So I think it was CEC who called it, the fair warning. I think we were saying, which is, hey, there is expected to be a new tariff, and you would in no way be, exempted from it by joining the system prior to that. And then I think along the tariff discussion, there's an expectation that any large loads that join, certainly in the interim, would not be subject to the EDR rate. A lot of complications there, in part because the EDR rate has to charge at least the marginal cost. And there's a lot of concerns that we're likely seeing marginal costs that exceed the average embedded cost of the system. So too much complication, too unknown to have folks be joining that tariff right now as we're in the midst of kind of setting this whole apparatus.
And is your starting point still the low load forecast, or did Commissioner Plant change you to shift to the updated base case? Where are you on the starting point on the low forecast?
No, I mean, Mr. Mendelson, maybe you can help me out, but unless I'm wrong, I believe the low forecast essentially takes that 90% level, or is just the signed active.
It's really just the signed active customers.
And just to be clear, there are no other customers at the 90% or better that we're aware of.
Right. A third customer came in prior to rebuttal. But so as far as I understand, there's 3 customers in that that's signed.
Okay, most similar to the low. I mean, again, with the EVs here, I think my goal would be ensuring we can articulate what goes into the base RFP, what would go into the supplemental RFP at the time that occurs, as well as what would go into the incremental need pool. Sorry to bleed this into like every single topic we'll cover today. But I think having this consistent methodology that's like, this is what gets us to be building resources for you, enormous amounts of resources for you, and spending tens of millions of dollars, if not more. And so to me, like, that number may even change before the forecasts, the forecasts are done. I think we should set the standard of this is what gets you in that forecast or in the incremental needs pool, in the supplemental RFP forecast. And if it's done before that, I do think that's fair game. They're in the forecast. If it is not, they're not. So I don't have an exact megawatt number for you today because this could well still be in flux, but I think that's an important part of the messaging here, that clearly people are getting an interesting message about what's going on here. And I really do think we're trying to provide a level of flexibility that is above and beyond what's been done in the past with these static RFPs, and really set up a methodology, because we're in this just dramatically dynamic time where this is changing, and these loads are massive. So they could change far more than we've ever seen from day to day. So I think what's most important for us is to set up the rigor and the methodology with which this is what gets you in the forecast or in the IMP, and we will go out and procure for you. And so I don't have an exact number for you, but I think it looks a whole lot like the low forecast, but it's more the criteria that I'm interested in terms of that risk sharing agreement in order to have the resources be built.
All right. Let me see if I can. I know this discussion has wandered, but I think Commissioner Goman, I can largely agree with what you're articulating, which is the general starting point is the low load forecast. We'll look at expanding that forecast based on signed energy services agreements, but we're not going to guarantee that those rate structures are going to prevail until after we go through the January 2026 tariff filing. We're going to provide some guidance about how we think EV and BE forecasts should be done. And that may also adjust the forecasts prior to both the initial and the supplemental RFP. And then we'll use signed energy services agreements consistent with the tariff to take resources out of the incremental resource need pool. So would you say that any differently, Commissioner Gilman, or is that sort of at least as between you and I, did I articulate sort of where we're landing on all the load forecasting issues?
Yeah, the only addition I would add is it's not necessarily an ESA in its current format, but there is an expectation that the commercial principals are very largely represented there, at least in the interim until the tariff is active.
And on one piece of the commercial principles is we're not going to, and this is a question to you, we're not going to sign long-term contracts now guaranteeing that the existing rate is going to be available for 15 years. There's going to be notice that it's going to depend on the outcome of the tariff filing in January next year. Is that consistent with your understanding, or would you say it different?
Yes, I think that's fine. The other thing I'd add, just to bring us into new territory, because it's why not? The ESA, I believe, is primarily
I can think of some reasons why not, but go ahead.
For customers taking service at transmission level, once we get into the strategic economic development customer idea, those would primarily be at distribution level. So we need to then have a different discussion. It is not an ESA anymore. So I would just add that.
I'm good with that caveat. So I think Commissioner Plant, I think Commissioner Gilman and I are converging onto a similar view of the load forecasting. Do you anywhere you'd like to go, where you agree, where you disagree, anywhere you'd like to take it?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I think we're all kind of in agreement here. All the things that you laid out are consistent with what I've been saying. The only distinction, I would say there's two distinctions. One is you're proposing start with low load and add load to it as new contracts are signed,
or subtract as EV and BV forecasts get done consistent with the principles the commission articulates today. But yes,
I think on the large load, I'm talking specifically.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yes. Yes.
So the low load forecast started at 90, and there were projects that were at 80 that weren't counted. So we would add those in as they got signed. What I was proposing is start with updated base and subtract. So that started with 80%, and I would say they're taken out until they hit 90. So it's basically you start from the higher one and subtract, or start from the lower one and add. I think at the end of the day, either way, you come out in the same place. So it's a distinction without difference as far as I'm concerned. The only other component of this, and I know we haven't gotten to this, is the oil and gas, which was I think lower in the low load forecast and by about 200 megawatts, and so I think that's the only difference at this point between what each of our proposals are.
So, Mr. Mendelson, we may have made some progress here. Does that give you what you need for most of the load forecasting? And can we jump to the oil and gas, or do you want to fill in specific areas?
Let me try to just reel this in a little bit. Good luck. I know. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, good luck.
Okay.
I appreciate your introduction, Commissioner Plant, that we don't know where each other are going before we get here.
So, as I understand it, the commission now is in agreement that it will be, customers will be included, large load customers will be included if they have a signed ESA, including the commercial principles. Is that right, Chair Black?
Not quite. There's not gonna be any long-term contracts signed until we get to the till we get to the resolved January tariff. So we're not adopting the commercial principles in this case. I think that's going to come out of that tariff filing.
Okay. I don't know if that's where I am. I think that we have some proposed commercial principles within the ESA that the company has proposed, and then they've said that we'll litigate that within the tariff. But as Commissioner Gilman pointed out, that litigation won't be completed for another year, and we have a number of data centers that are interested in signing contracts now, and I think having the whole purpose of signing the contract is that there is some sort of a commitment, and having those commercial principles as they're articulated currently in the ESA is better than nothing. And I think.
And would you allow the company to sign 15-year contracts based on current tariffs?
No, I think that's where the CEC proposal of fair notice comes in, that we've got a tariff that is going to be in process over the next year, and that they would be included in that tariff once it's completed.
All right. Well, I'm okay with the rest of the commercial principles. It's the long-term contract that was bothering me. So with that clarification, I think Commissioner Gilman, would you agree with that?
Yes, I would. And maybe over the next however many days we look at each of the individual ones here as far as like their applicability in this context where we know this customer may move to a new tariff. What's important here is maintaining cost responsibility for the load that they profess to be bringing to the system in the longer term. Even if they end up on a different tariff that has a different rate structure, what we need is longer term assurance that this customer will be paying for the infrastructure that is being built to serve them. And so, that's what we need to maintain and ensure is in here. So the point is not to assure them a specific tariff in the long term. The expectation is they would move to the large load tariff when it comes into existence. But the main goal here is to ensure there is some cost responsibility for the infrastructure being built, in the longer term, so that we're not left, covering that with other ratepayers if they simply don't show up, don't ramp to the levels they said, whatever it may be. So I think those are still very important criteria to have embedded here so that we can ensure that anyone who joins in the interim shares in that cost responsibility.
Does that give you what you need, Mr. Mendelson?
Yes, and we'll get to the commercial principles in a little more depth in a minute. But as I understand it, Chair Blank, you're still concerned about the long-term aspect of the commercial principle.
Yeah.
The 15-year. Yeah. Okay. So that's still something we need to work through.
Well, I think we agreed on that.
Yeah, I think so too.
Okay, my apologies.
That it's going to be the commercial principles minus that piece of it.
Okay, you're okay with that?
I think all three are.
Okay, my mistake. And just to clarify on the strategic economic development customers, that these we would also require a signed ESA here or equivalent document.
Commissioner Gilman, what's your thinking on that?
waiting to see if you wanted me to go. Yeah, I mean, to me, look, these are customers not necessarily taking service or transmission voltage, and in some cases not as large as some of the data centers, in some cases larger. And I think it's important to recognize this is an entire genre that was created in rebuttal, so there's not a lot around this. To me, there's no significant distinction here. I mean, some of these are very large loads, and so I would look at them fairly similarly, although as I understand it, it's not called an ESA, whatever they normally sign. So that's why I mentioned that caveat before. I think we need some flexibility in whatever that agreement is that includes the same types of principles, but that is clearly the point here. And so for these, similarly, I think these folks need to have a signed agreement that takes some cost responsibility. They're of a slightly different size, so it seems as though like maybe 10 megawatts is the size that looks to be the trigger here, that most of them are kind of over, some considerably over, in which case, you know, if you're over the 10 megawatts here, you sign an agreement with some cost responsibility, then the resources can go into the load forecast and be built. But I think here, in some cases, we're dealing with, you know, the same size as more or some of the data centers. So we need that assurance, especially given, you know, a really unclear record with very little definition about who these loads are, when they're coming. In some cases, some of them anticipated load ramps last year, this year, that we're not sure even happened. So there's just a lot of uncertainty here, not a lot of firm information about what's really going on. So I would essentially set the same expectation and principles with the same flexibility that we talked about for other large load customers. You sign the agreement with cost responsibility, you're in the forecast at the next time it's run.
Commissioner Plant?
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense, and I just want to articulate really just the basic difference between what the company proposed and what we're proposing. The company was saying that you can't require a signed agreement because they need to make a commitment that there will be generation before the company signs the agreement. And I think what we're saying here is we have as a regulatory policy that you will be included in the projection if you sign the agreement. It's basically the same thing. But it's requiring that the companies that are bringing these large loads that are going to drive, you know, substantial generation requirements actually have to sign something and make that kind of a signed commitment before we put them in the queue. And so I don't think that their argument that it's unworkable is accurate. I think that we're making the determination today that if you sign, you will be included in the projection. But if you don't have something signed from a company, it's just good intentions. And I'm not here to take a position against good intentions. I think those are good. But, I think that's a minimum threshold, and I agree with what Commissioner Gilman's proposed.
I largely agree. Does that give you what you need on this one, Mr. Mendelson?
I believe it does. Yeah, thank you. So just to wrap up some of the large load issues, the UCA raised a number of concerns with respect to volatility, and their witness, Ms. Summers, suggested that the company explain concerns with load ramping, variability and uncertainty, load cycling and oscillation risks, and load ride-through performance. The company did not really respond, but here advisors recommend that the Commission require Public Service to respond to UCA in the large load tariff, and that they raise legitimate concerns that need to be considered in scenario analysis or something similar.
I agree with that. Commissioner Gellman?
Yeah, I totally agree, especially considering what else is in the record here. The company is asking for, essentially special and kind of a negative treatment, essentially, of new solar resources in the Pueblo area due to the potential for ramping. Here we have a ramping risk that's portrayed as actually far larger and faster and potentially more detrimental to the system. And it got no even response from the company. And so I think, first of all, this is something important from a technical sense to better understand and be studying, but also as part of the tariff discussion, if there are specific costs that this causes the system, those costs should be borne by the customers bringing that risk and not by other customers. And so study, understand, make sure we don't have problems on the system, but there's also an important cost allocation discussion here that really needs to be brought. And it's certainly reasonable to think that this is a significant issue that needs to be looked at, especially considering the company's focus on a far smaller load ramp potential in part of its system elsewhere.
Commissioner Plant?
I agree. All right, so the next issue is just confirming the date of the large load tariff submission and the concept of the clean transition tariff that was brought forward. As part of the Quad Party framework, the company committed to filing the large load tariff application by January 31, 2026, without any caveats or outs to that expectation. Parties generally support that. WRA, SWEEP, and CC also seek a clean transition tariff, or CTT. CC explains that a CTT is a rate structure that would allow large customers to voluntarily pay to be served by innovative zero-emission resources the public service would not otherwise procure. The most well-known example is the tariff between NV Energy and Google that allows NV Energy to procure an advanced geothermal resource. They explain that while the offering is distinct from the large load tariff filing, the Commission could consider directing the company to file a proposal for a clean transition tariff as part of the same proceeding. WRA SWEEP also suggests the Commission should further clarify that any large load customer activating the IMP cannot take service under an economic development rate. At hearing, the company indicated it would not object to such a restriction. So the decision points here are, when does the Commission wish to require the public service to submit a large load tariff? Does the Commission also require submission of a clean transition tariff as proposed by WRA, SWEEP, and CC? And should the Commission clarify that any large load activating the IMP cannot take service under the EDR?
Do you have a recommendation for us, Mr. Mendelson?
Yes, of course. Advisors would recommend the January 31 date for the large load tariff submission. We would recommend the clean transition tariff be explored by public service, although there's not a lot of details there. But I think it's we do generally recommend it and support it, and we would also clarify that any large load activating the IMP cannot take service under the EDR.
Commissioner Gellman?
Yes, I agree with all of those, and I there could be cool things to be debated in a clean transition tariff. Especially if speed to market is everything, providing more flexibility with options, especially for those willing to help with upcoming capacity needs, and do so in a way that aids rather than harms the state's greenhouse gas ambitions and targets would be great development. So excited to have that discussion in that tariff filing.
Commissioner Plant?
I agree.
As do I.
Alrighty. So now we're finalizing the specifics on the non-large load issues. The EV adoption rates were brought up earlier. as argued by WRA and others, Chair Blank offered 3 separate adjustments to EV adoption numbers. Start with EVs already on the public service system of roughly 100,000 by early 2024. That is, the forecast should only include incremental EVs. B is to use the mid projection ending with 700,000 EVs in public service territory by 2031. And C is to separate out the PHEVs from full BEVs. So the decision points here are: does the Commission agree with Chair Blank's adjustments to public services EV adoption value? And also, just to mention, Chair Blank raised the concept of specifying a specific load forecast number. So the Commission is asked, should the company be required to update its forecast with Commission-approved inputs, or should the Commission simply provide the final load forecast numbers the company should plan toward, as proposed by Chair Blank?
And I would say, I think, Commissioner Plant, you had your own view about managed charging assumptions by 2030. So, and I think Commissioner Gilman, you also had a little bit of a different view about how we should treat hybrid EVs, which I'm happy to take up. So I think our prior discussion today got us pretty close to a 3-0 vote about how to consider EV loads. But Commissioner Gilman, just any thoughts how you'd characterize it? I think we're in a different place than when I laid this out last week.
Yeah, the one thing I didn't cover was essentially removal of existing EVs from the forecast so that they're not double counted. So, you know, if that remains a concern, I guess I would add that to my list of forecast revisions and kind of methodology for all of the next forecasts, not just the base RFP. So that would be then start with the mid adoption curve, but remove existing EVs from the forecast such that they are not double counted. Ramp to a split between battery plug-in hybrids and full EVs, and recognize those significant differences in charging profiles. Ramp full EVs to 50% managed charging by 2030. Battery plug-in to 90% by 2030. So I think that was my main list of concepts for the methodology for the forecast for each.
I think that works for me. Commissioner Plant, would you modify that in any way?
No, I think that makes sense. The only question I had is, I think all of the projections sort of started at 24. So are we saying we're just going to make incremental, you know, just the EV one, or are we going to say we want to subtract out the 2024 levels from all projections in order to identify incremental?
You're talking about the remove existing EVs so they're not double counted?
Yeah, I mean, all of the tables that I saw, whether it's for BE, for you know, water heaters, for EV, they all start with a 24 level.
I mean, I guess I would say they should endeavor to not double count in 24. Like, you know, we got to do what's reasonable here. So if they have actuals, remove it from the forecast. If they don't have actuals, keep the forecast, but like endeavor to not double count in any year.
Endeavor to not double count.
Right?
It's the Gilman principle. I love it.
Could say it stronger. Please don't double count. Mr. Mendelson, does that give you what you need on the EVs?
Yes, I believe it does. With respect to BE, in the updated base forecast, BE-related loads increased from 1 megawatt in 2024 to 91 megawatts in 2031, down 43 from the base forecast embedded in direct testimony. Importantly, however, the winter seasonal peak impact is roughly 5x the coincident summer peak impact associated with BE, and that becomes part of the overall system peak once the system shifts to winter peak in 2039. Public Service states that the forecast reflects the approved clean heat plan through 2030, excluding use of the budget flexibility, then projected on trends. Parties generally agree with Public Service should incorporate the policy goals of the CHP into its projection of GTS load forecast calculations. As explained by WRA, the company appears to assume linear adoption of BE appliances between 2027 and 2030, a rate of 43,000 heat pumps a year, 112,000 residential heat pump water heaters. To put these numbers in perspective, Public Service has roughly 1.4 million residential electric customers, and the company is projecting nearly 40% will have a heat pump water heater by 2031. WRA refers to their trajectory as unlikely for BE sales, where sales lag in the years 2024 through 2026. So, CEC and others have raised questions about the forecast overall and the uncertainty in federal policy, including incentives for HP adoption. So the decision point here is, does the Commission agree with the company's BE adoption projections? Not what specifically should the company project?
Yeah, I think the answer to that from our prior discussion is a clear no. Commissioner Gilman, do you have any guidance about how we get to a forecast number? It sounds like maybe modify the adoption rate to keep it more linear, not to jump Commissioner Plant flagged, and maybe assuming a smaller maximum. And I don't know, some managed charging, that it doesn't all happen on peak, but any advice about how to get to a forecast?
Yeah, I don't know that it's going to be the perfect solution, but as I mentioned before, I think there's a lot of information we still need and really can help perfect this going forward, but we've got to do the best with what we have for now. As far as what we know on adoption curves, first of all, I think for the next proceedings, it would certainly be helpful for Public Service to have a witness who's more familiar with their performance and some of their programs. That was not information we were really able to get in this proceeding, to understand how they were progressing with BE and clean heat plans. So that was a bit of a void in the record here to understand how implementation's going. I think our general sense is implementation is going somewhat more slowly than we had anticipated. So I'd say they likely could update the forecast to ensure that, especially implementation in the years like that we're already in, that are about to start, are more moderated to match the current performance. That would be one thing that would be helpful. And then, you know, we've got a pretty broad range here from, you know, actual installers saying 2/3 of the system have no backup that are going in, to Public Service anticipating, you know, nearly 17 kilowatt peak load per house. So, and then obviously our ambitions for better control, for just representing the variety, not to mention, you know, some of the comments about no differentiation between new and existing homes, which would have a whole lot to do with not only the backup source, but the need at all and potential sizing for that backup source. So perhaps one thing we do, in addition to moderating the implementation to better match what they're actually seeing, especially in the near term years, is to just simply model a lower peak load per home, moderate from the 17 kilowatts, perhaps down to 10 kilowatts, just as an idea. I'm not saying it's perfect, but the record has just a number of real legitimate technical gripes about how they've done this, and they all trend in the same direction. It's all that this is an overestimation, that it is ultra conservative, kind of based on a worst case rather than a typical or an averaging of what might actually be represented. So I would say that's a potential idea on how to do it for now. My long-term solution be far more looking for actual data collection with the gadgets we already have deployed that are capable of doing so that we can have far better information in future proceedings on this.
So I guess, Commissioner Plant, the proposal on the table is to reduce the 17 more to 10 and maybe get to a more linear adoption rate instead of large jumps. I forget the number you said, 300, 1,000. Thoughts anywhere you'd like to go?
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't know. I mean, I do think that the projections are, unrealistic. That being said, I think we want to try and, achieve as much deployment of these things as we can. I don't know what the right, if we were to take just a linear growth, I did do some analysis, and on, for example, on the residential water heaters in 2025, there's a 234% jump. In 2026, 133% jump. In 2027, that 1,216% jump. And then in the subsequent years, it starts to go down, a 92%, a 48%, a 32%, a 22%. So there's this real spiking in the first few years, and then it just kind of, it still increases, but the level of increase goes down. So I don't know if we would want to just say that we would apply, a straight, say, 50% per year increase, which is still pretty substantial. It's just that it's not, overemphasizing the first couple of years, and then dropping off. But that being said, we don't really have some solid evidence on this record to establish a number. It's just a question of whether we think a more linear progression for the purposes of estimating is more accurate than kind of the numbers that we've been given.
And I'll just say, I was just going to chime in. I don't want to relitigate what happened in CHP. What happens, right? Like, what was set there is set, and I think we need to be prepared to deliver a system that can serve the resources that we're hoping to add. But my point was more, if we underperformed in 24, obviously, we know that, and in 25, potentially, the forecast should not assume electrification happened that we know well did not happen. So I'm not necessarily advocating to change future year forecasts. I think that is for the CHP, that's for the BE, and it would be messy to start modifying forecasts here that were really related to those programs. But I think it's very logical to ensure that the forecast, especially for 24, 25 years that we know well what happened, reflect what actually happened and not electrification that we were hoping for 2 years ago that did not come to pass. So to me, that's how I would modify the adoption, is just make sure that 24, 25 and all the paths are like actually accurate, and that we didn't take credit for something that didn't happen.
So I guess, Commissioner Goman, would you apply the Clean Heat Plan growth rates, but maybe push it out 2 years? So it starts, instead of what we thought was going to happen in 2024, it happens in 2026, something like that. I'm to be honest, I'm fine with just taking the average growth over the 6 years, and if it comes out to 50%,
yeah, I mean, you could apply,
that's fine by me.
You could apply the same growth rate. I just don't want to see us shoving in the forecast something we were hoping happened and we should know by now. That's not true. So perhaps it's using the same growth rate, or perhaps it's just moderating, this would actually happen in 24, this would actually happen in 25, and it's in the numbers. And then maybe keep the same 26 number. It would be an absurd amount of growth for 26, but I'm just trying to find the space where we're recognizing what has actually happened to date, but not inappropriately modifying what was decided somewhere else. So to me, it's probably easiest just modify 24, 25 to like, this is what actually happened, what's in that should be built in. And then I would probably just keep what's in the clean heat plan record and goals for 26, 27 and moving forward as it was without modification, even though, yes, it would be quite a bump. Is it unlikely? Somewhat, but understandably, there's a lot of things being approximated here, and so perhaps it adds a little more than feels exactly fair, but there are certainly deductions being made elsewhere.
I just can't see bumping it up by 1,000% in 2026. So I'm closer to you, Commissioner Plant, and would just use, whatever the, growth rate is, the sort of average growth rate 2024 to 2030, whatever, 2030 in the clean heat plan, just apply it. So I'm close to you, just assume it grows by 40 or 50% off a 2025 actual. So I guess Commissioner Plant, if wherever you'd like to go, if you're in the same space, let's take a vote. If you'd like to do a Commissioner Goen suggest, that's fine with me. So Commissioner Plant, I guess you get to decide this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to do an average, frankly, when your percentages are so high.
All right. Well, I'm fine with just doing 50%. That works for me. It's probably realistic.
Yeah, we've got a range from, like I said, over 1,000% to 22% in terms of annual increases. So, I mean, I'm not sure if that, value is useful. What I could say is that, 50% is more of an average after you get past that big huge bump. Then the projections going into the out years are closer to the 30 to 50%. I mean, I would be comfortable being on the high end of that. What I'm curious about is, whether or not that's something that we can do as is supported by the evidence. I mean, just recognizing that the projections are kind of bonkers, it doesn't then say that something else, that we propose is, based on analysis. It's just less bonkers. We should endeavor to be less bonkers.
I'm fine going with a less bonkers standard. I can't agree
so
with the company.
What if instead of, 26 on, instead of going to the clean heat plan numbers, you use the same annual growth rate that they were using? We can't invent new metrics or numbers here, right? So maybe instead the starting point for 24, 25 in terms of adoption, and then you apply the same growth rates that were assumed in the clean heat plan annually, which at least has a basis in something that has already been approved and still has us supporting the currently approved policy.
I think
but 2 years
I don't know what that number is, but yeah, starting from where we are, starting from the actuals, you're saying, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, so whatever, 26 would be 24 to 25, 27 would be 25 to 26. So it'd be delayed 2 years, because I think implementation is delayed 2 years. So let's agree to do that. We'll look at it before our next deliberation and come back. Would that work for you, Commissioner Plant?
Yeah.
All right. Mr. Mendelson, does that get you what you need for now?
It does. Yeah, and I can pause here and hand it back to Mr. Eden.
I think we still need an oil and gas conversation, though.
My apologies, right. Good point. So
yes, with the oil and gas electrification, Commissioner Gilman mentioned that she was concerned that those customers did not have the same financial commitment as other large load customers. We don't know a lot about these loads other than the low projection at 151 megawatts and the high projection at 364, and the fact that the company said that there were about 10 entities in the fields that were needing electricity to reduce their emissions and meet state emission goals. With that, if the commission sets the size applicability at a certain level, then those under that level will not be applied the commercial principles that remain. But there could be a specific carve out for these customers if desired.
I'd prefer to go with the low load forecast instead of the high or the base for purposes of new generation need. And you mentioned 10 megawatts, Commissioner Gilman. I don't know if there's a record basis for that, Mr. Mendelson, but it's a challenging record. Commissioner Gilman, thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, this is a difficult one. There was really very next to no information about this load or its progress. The 10 was based somewhat on, the low load forecast. I think it's 150 megawatts. Wait.
Yeah, 151.
Yeah. But, and we're thinking about 10 customers. I mean, all rough, right? That's generally what we understand, and we really also don't understand anything in the record here about the permanence or transient nature of these loads, of the operations that cause them to be built out. So while this might have different implications on the distribution system and transmission, for the purpose of the JPS, if the load is somewhat transient but continues to exist and just moves to a new well site or a new well site, perhaps what I would say is there could be a reason for more flexibility here in terms of like if that load is with the same company and just moving or something like that, that it is just simply different than for a more stationary load. But I don't see any other reason why these large loads would be treated differently from the standpoint of cost allocation and responsibility and expectations in terms of building load. We'd like some assurance of future load and revenue that comes from that if we're going to spend millions of dollars to build the load to serve them. So my expectation would be over 10 megawatts, we still go for signed agreement and largely the commercial principles. However, potentially with some flexibility due to the potential transients here, that load could just occur somewhere else, but still be on the system with the same operator.
So in terms of the forecast, are you proposing to zero it out and only add in that load as contracts are signed?
I'm not aware if any contracts are signed or not. That's not information I think we have in this record, but I don't have any reason to think that the standard in terms of the seriousness of the load should be different. But I'm just not sure that's even information that's been provided by the company.
Commissioner Plant, thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, the argument you make, I think, is a good one. I don't know. I think that the chair's initial question was, do we have anything in evidence that points to the threshold? And I'm not sure if we do.
Mr. Mendelson, do you know?
Sorry. The company requested 100 megawatts. For the size applicability, and UCA suggested 75 and PC suggested 50.
being applicable to requiring an ESA. Sorry if I'm misunderstood your question, but
So in the testimony we have basically from 100 to 50.
right, yeah, 10 would be well below anything that was suggested on the record. And the company did mention that at 20 megawatts and above, those customers are generally general, and they are subject to the TG forecast requirements and cost updates to the system, which happens already.
So is there a basis? So it sounds like there's a basis to use 20 megawatts based on transmission voltage.
Yeah, advisors would suggest not going below 20, and even we were suggesting 50 would be a reasonable place to start. And this could be something that's evaluated again in the large load tariff filing.
Commissioner Gellman?
Hello. I'm not sure what the question is to me, but I mean, if you move below 20, you would probably drop out some of the strategic load customers as well, potentially. I'm trying to look. So my thought was try and net everything we're seeing for large loads and set similar expectations. But if you choose to go somewhere else, that works. But just be aware, if we move the threshold up, that probably, to the extent you expect the same megawatt threshold, probably half your strategic economic development customers fall out now of this expectation for the signed agreement.
This is something we can put on the back burner, and I could bring it back next week or so.
Yeah, I mean, I'd probably prefer the 20 to the 50, but we can bring this back next week. Commissioner Plant, thoughts?
Yeah, I think that would be helpful. We can kind of look at the evidence for the different numbers and come back with whatever makes the most sense.
So what's your current persuasion then that you might move to 20 for the expectation of the signed agreement, regardless of kind of use type, and then go with like the low oil and gas, or what?
Commissioner Plant? That's probably closer to where I'm at.
I would agree. And go with the lower oil and gas estimate.
All right, does that give you what you need for now, Mr. Mendelson?
It does. We may need to revisit some of these issues in future deliberations, but I think we have enough to go forward for now. Thank you.
Other issues on the load forecast, or should we turn it over to Mr. Eden?
I would suggest we turn it over to Mr. Eden now.
You've had enough. It's just so difficult on this record. Mr. Eden?
All right, I guess it's my turn. As discussed at last week's deliberations, one of the key considerations in this case is the Phase 2 framework, or the Quad Party framework, which consists, among other things, of a JTS base RFP in 2026, a JTS supplemental RFP in 2027, an incremental need pool, or INP, paid backup projects, and a process and set of next steps to advance transmission deliverability projects for the JTS base RFP and proactive projects to facilitate the JTS supplemental RFP. Last week, I presented the Phase 2 framework together with the Strategic Resilience Reserve Fund, or SURF. As you get more into the details of these concepts, however, I'd suggest taking them one at a time. Regarding the Phase 2 framework, last week there was broad agreement on the basic concepts of the base RFP, the INP and the supplemental RFP, and the increased flexibility these tools would provide. However, the Commission also discussed various potential modifications to the Phase 2 framework, including modifying how new large loads are treated in the INP, requiring more process and potentially a technical conference prior to the supplemental RFP, and eliminating the 50% utility ownership target for the supplemental RFP. Before I get into the details of the various decision points presented by the parties, I'll pause for any questions or discussion you have on those broad topics.
I'm ready to jump into it. Commissioner Gellman,
Same.
Commissioner Plant,
Yep. Okay.
Mr. Eden.
So, thank you. Several parties propose modifications to the Phase 2 framework. For instance, UCA generally supports the Phase 2 framework, but requests the Commission require additional notice and comment process after the company's updated load forecast and prior to the base RFP. WRA and SWEEP also recommend modifications, including the criteria for including large loads in the load forecast. WRA and SWEEP also recommend the Commission require additional process before the supplemental RFP. CEI generally supports the Phase 2 framework, but requests the Commission direct firm transmission deadlines and require additional notice and comment opportunity if the transmission stakeholder group modifies the transmission adder and credit values. Interwest broadly supports the Phase 2 framework, but asserts it is key that the 50% ownership target also applies in the supplemental RFP. Conversely, the Conservation Coalition argues against using the 50% ownership target for the supplemental RFP. And then Climax recommends that the resource acquisition period, or RAP, both RFPs should only be through 2031. Grid United requests the Commission expressly direct Public Service to evaluate non-generation capacity solutions, including interregional high-voltage direct current, or HVDC, transmission projects that can come online before the end of the RAP. I'll pause here for any questions, or if you'd like, I can offer my recommendation.
I think we'd welcome a recommendation.
Thank you. So, advisors recommend the Commission require Public Service to file its updated load forecast and the underlying models used to calculate such forecasts at least 3 months prior to the planned release of the supplemental RFP. Interested parties would then have 1 month to conduct limited discovery and submit response comments concerning the updated load forecast. Public Service would then have about 2 weeks to file reply comments, and the Commission would target a decision within 1 month of the reply comments, approving with modifications, or rejecting the company's proposed load forecast for the supplemental RFP. If the Commission rejects the company's proposed load forecast, the Commission could establish additional processes, like a hearing, that would be required prior to the release of the supplemental RFP. And then advisors recommend against CEI's recommendation to establish firm transmission deadlines, but we agree that if the transmission stakeholder group modifies the values of the transmission adder or credit, the Commission should allow additional notice and comment prior to the 120-day report. And advisors will present additional details regarding the transmission stakeholder group and the transmission adders, credits, in subsequent deliberations. Conversely, advisors recommend against...
No, go ahead, sorry.
Conversely, advisors recommend against UCA's request to establish a formal notice and comment period after the company files its updated load forecast prior to the base RFP. Parties in the Commission will have an opportunity to see the updated load forecast prior to the RFP and can respond accordingly as necessary and appropriate. Now, regarding the ownership percentage in the supplemental RFP, advisors agree with Conservation Coalition not to approve a 50% ownership target. The appropriate resource portfolio could have less than or more than 50% utility ownership. We also agree with Grid United's request. The Commission should require Public Service, for purposes of the supplemental RFP, to consider any interregional HVDC transmission projects that can come online prior to the end of the RAP. And I'll note that I have more details and decision points specifically geared towards the INP But I'll stop here for now about the phase 2 framework.
That makes sense to me. My only comment is I'm wondering if it'd be useful to have maybe twice a year a filing sort of updating where we're at on the individual pieces, EVs, BE, large loads, both actual and projected. So we're not getting hit cold with that one forecast, but we're seeing how it evolves over time. But other than that one potential modification, I think Mr. Eden's suggestions make a lot of sense to me. Commissioner Gilman?
Okay, go to Mr. Eden's items first and then your comment maybe. So I generally agree with your recommendations, Mr. Eden. The one thing I'd add is on the supplemental RFP, I think it would likely be helpful to have a technical conference early, you know, if we're getting comments a month after, maybe it's like a week after the forecast is delivered, so that everybody kind of gets this very intense introduction to the forecast and then has enough time to make their comments. So that's just, especially with an abbreviated process, a way to progress really quickly in terms of especially the Commission's understanding in what's in the forecast and its compliance with our guidance. I agree with you on no ownership target and the rest of your items there. Chairman, with regard to your suggestion on, I wasn't honestly immediately clear. Are you wanting the company to provide updates on actuals or on forecasts for BE and EVs?
All of it, oil and gas, large loads, both actuals and forecasts. You know, the idea is so we don't get a forecast and it comes out of the blue, and then we, you know, with massive changes from now till then. So we're seeing their thinking over time. We're seeing the actuals over time. We have questions, we can ask our questions. And, you know, there's just not one forecast that we, you know, comes out of a clear blue sky, and we have to figure it out on a notice and comment process really quickly. So that was my thought. I mean, I'm not, you know, it's every 9 months. I don't know.
I kind of like it and I kind of really don't like it. So I'm trying to figure out on the fly, but it would be something we'd have to work on. I don't think we can come out of this meeting. I'm not even sure we can come out next week saying exactly what they should be delivering. Certainly in terms of their program implementation and deployment, I mean, that was kind of a major failure. We had like not a lot of information about how programs are going, which was really unhelpful in formulating the forecast. But then so there's like program deployment and success. Then there would be actual BE and EV loads, which would have to somehow be disaggregated, which, as I've said before, is completely possible, but not something they're doing right now. So perhaps you and I are on a similar thought train with our desire to have like better actuals about how that's going and what it looks like. And then, you know, I don't know exactly their interval for forecast re-ups as you go through the year. So I think there's a lot to figure out there. I don't necessarily dislike the plan. I would love to have kind of more of this rather than get hit with a giant set of it that's like there are just too many issues to get through at once. I also a little bit worry that could, instead of like a helpful opportunity to comment and modify it, instead be used as air cover for forecasts nobody agreed with all along, but didn't have the procedural apparatus or time to deal with at the time. So just say, well, we sent you that last year too. And it's like, well, if there was no real litigation, that, you know, so I think we could also get kind of stuck in a situation where maybe the company says, well, you saw that a while ago. And it's like, well, if there's no actual procedural way to get more clarity or to resolve issues, is that really effective? So I don't I don't totally hate it, but I think there's things to work out as far as like how that is the most useful process. And if we're talking about forecasts, actuals, program performance, there's a lot kind of wrapped in there that certainly could be done, but could also be wrapped in, the idea I was really trying to advance of using our AMI data for deployments we know are out there to look at actual performance and get better at the forecasting moving forward. So those could be married potentially, but I think it would take some work.
All right. Commissioner Plan. So for now, I could bring this back, or we can think about it in a different way. But Commissioner Plan, anywhere you'd like to go?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with the recommendation, and Commissioner Gilman, I think you bring up a point that I'm not sure exactly what the answer is, but I mean, it seems almost obvious that in a multi-year process like this with multiple RFPs and continued forecasting, that we know the forecasts are wrong because that's the nature of forecasts, that we should be able to iteratively get better. But my question is, does the process accommodate that? Is there, if we want to iteratively get better, is there some sort of a legal argument against doing that based on our process and our decisions and things like that? I don't know the answer to this. I wonder, does our process accommodate, improving? Does it? I don't know.
Not always. I mean, I think what we're really grappling with is this, whether it's large loads, EV, BE, like just the unprecedented change and uncertainty of what we're dealing with. I mean, the uncertainty around economic conditions, the cost to build anything, the removal of a lot of federal incentives for a lot of the things that, we're hoping to go on in Colorado. So I don't know. I mean, but we're already in like hour a million here, so not today, but like there's a discussion to be had. It's like, how do we avoid this? I mean, clearly there were major concerns about the forecast. There still are major concerns about the forecast, more than could be solved in the months it took to do this and in the procedural ways we have available to us during the proceeding. And so like, how do we look at, is there some mini forecast process that's different? And maybe it's what the chairman suggested, maybe it's something else, but I think we clearly hit on a pretty big sore spot here that like needs especially given the enormous uncertainty right now, is like demanding a more dynamic solution as we go forward.
All right. Well, I think your recommendation is approved. We got some thinking to do on, it sounds like there's consensus on the problem. I don't know that there's consensus on the solution, and we'll keep pounding away. But why don't you move us forward, Mr. Eden?
Just one point of clarification about whether there was agreement on Commissioner Gilman's proposal for a technical conference within 1 week of filing the supplemental load forecast.
Yeah, that's okay with that works for me.
Perhaps within 1 week as well. Like I'm imagining about a week after, maybe I'll say within 10 days. Like I don't want to box us too tight. Like my hope is it's at the beginning end of that comment period. I just don't want to box us too tight in like the timing. Maybe it's within 10 or 12 days. Like, but the vision is it's in the first half of that month that people get to comment.
I mean, the directive could be that the company should be required or prepared to hold a technical conference within a short period of time after the filing of their load forecast, and the commission will issue a decision after it receives the load forecast, setting the exact details of the technical conference.
Yeah, I mean, we probably have to have the date picked out before that because we can't find a date within a week, right? But independent of that, yeah, the objective is certainly within 2 weeks. I just don't want to box us too tight. If we can shoot closer to a week, that's great, but let's not write something we can't live up to. I agree.
As do I.
Okay. All right, thank you. So moving now to the main details of the IMP, you've already decided that the main components, but I want to put a little bit more context on the finer points. As discussed previously, the IMP could be used following both the base RFP and the supplemental RFP, and would consist of a pool of backup projects that elect to receive option payments in exchange for agreeing to remain exclusively available to public service for up to 2 years. If a project failure or an incremental large load arises, all participating projects in the IMP would be allowed to provide a price refresh within 21 days, subject to a 10% cap on the refresh. The amount of time allotted for intervener comment and a commission decision varies depending on whether the activating event is a project failure or a large load, with larger loads requiring additional amounts of process. For instance, large loads greater than 100 megawatts, the company would provide an updated emissions verification workbook along with notice of the IMP activation. In rebuttal, Public Service explained that if a bid in the approved portfolio fails, the company will follow a like-for-like process in which it will attempt to find a replacement with the same ownership and technology type. UCA argues that the IMP process, with its requirement for projects to commit to public service, may favor incumbent developers or legacy projects, reduce competition, and limit the ability to react to fast-changing market conditions or new technology. UCA recommends the Commission build in steps to ensure public review, price updates, potential market manipulation, and emission impact. UCA also recommends that the Commission require clear accountability metrics, milestone tracking, and strong financial penalties for failed bids included in the resource portfolio or IMP. Several environmental organizations raise concerns that the IMP process might result in backsliding on emission reductions progress. For instance, WRA and SWEEP argue the company should be required to present an updated emissions verification workbook regardless of the size of load, and should be prohibited from backsliding on the expected emissions reductions contemplated in the Phase 2 decision. WRA and SWEEP and Conservation Coalition also argue that IMP resources should only be eligible for those large loads that have executed long-term contracts implementing the commercial principles. CC4CA raises similar arguments. In addition to the emissions concerns, CC4CA opposes the idea that ratepayers could end up on the hook for the up to $3 million per bid of option payments for the IMP, while the large new loads that trigger the activation of IMP bids would not contribute to such payments. CC4CA suggests the Commission direct public service to recover the total option payment cost of the IMP from ratepayers and large new loads in a manner proportional to the resources activated on a load basis due to the failed bids from the approved portfolio and due to demand from new large loads, respectfully. Unlike other interveners, Walmart broadly opposes the IMP concept and recommends rejecting it. Walmart notes that with the base RFP, supplemental RFP, and the next full ERP in 2028, there will be 3 fully competitive RFPs over an approximately 3-year period. Flexibility that these 3 RFPs afford renders unnecessary the need for the inferior IMP process, according to Walmart. Conversely, CEI is concerned that the 10% price refresh opportunity for the IMP bids may not be sufficient given the forthcoming changes in the federal reconciliation bill. CEI recommends removing any cap on price refreshes. Would you like a recommendation on these various issues?
I would.
Advisors agree with WRA, SWEEP, and Conservation Coalition, and others who argue that only large loads that reach Step 9, regardless of whether they are below 100 megawatts, should be eligible for the IMP process. Aside from the modifications, from that modification and the discussion the Commission had earlier, advisors recommend rejecting the other interveners' requests including the additional emissions reporting that was advocated from the environmental organizations, EI's request to increase the 10% cap on price refreshes, and UCA's recommendations for additional process with milestone tracking. Advisors are wary of adding unnecessary process or trying to establish a milestone payment schedule on this record, given the importance of timely responding to changed circumstances and resource need. We likewise oppose Walmart's recommendation to eliminate the IMP and Walmart's alternative recommendations. We'd also recommend denying CC4CA's recommendation that large loads be required to pay the associated option payments. While the option payments are a material cost, they help ensure that there will be competitive tension when the projects are asked to refresh. This competitive tension is a critical element in obtaining additional resources at market prices. In keeping with the Commission's approved backup replacement project in the 2021 ERP CEP, advisors oppose the company's proposal to use a like-for-like replacement process for ownership types. Given the misaligned incentives and potential for gaming, anytime public service wishes to activate a company-owned backup bid, the company should be required to perform an alternatives analysis demonstrating why the utility-owned bid is the most appropriate option. Anytime the company proposes to activate such a utility-owned bid, interveners should have 45 days to file comments. The company should be required to file reply comments in 10 days, and the Commission should have about 45 days after reply comments to issue a decision. And then advisors would also recommend directing public service to work with staff to develop safeguards to ensure the company is not able to see the results of the price refresh before submitting its own prices for the IMP process. Such safeguards could involve the continued involvement of the IE. Public service, we'd recommend that the Commission direct public service to set forth its proposed safeguards in the 120-day report. And finally, for clarity, advisors recommend that the Commission expressly approve the Phase 2 framework, including the IMP, except as expressly modified today. This approval would encompass issues like the timing of the two RFPs, the associated resource acquisition periods, and the transmission filings.
I guess I'm okay with all of that. My only comment is I'd instead of a 90% thing, I just define it as Commissioner Plant did in our prior discussion. And it's basically a signed energy supply agreement over based on the approved tariff that comes out of the January 26th filing. But other than that one change, I'm good with the recommendation. But Commissioner Gilman, anywhere you'd like to go?
Yeah, likewise, I agree with your recommendations and don't have any modifications.
Are you okay with defining 90% the way I did, Commissioner Gilman?
Yeah. So this is like just a slight shade different than our prior conversation because at this point the tariff will exist, presumably.
Yes.
Right? After.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So yes, I think having a signed agreement, and we can be a little vague about which agreement, and take service under the tariff to ensure the proper ratepayer protections. That would be my priority.
Commissioner Plant?
I agree.
All right, we're moving.
Okay. So I'll turn now to the proposed Strategic Resilience Reserve Fund, or SURF. It's a $500 million fund designed to allow the company to acquire long lead time equipment like CTs, transformers, and breakers. As discussed last week, several interveners opposed the SURF, including staff, CEO, and CEC. At last week's meeting, most of the discussion centered around using SURF funds for CTs. Chair Blank proposed modifying the company's proposal so that any CTs acquired via the SURF would be ineligible for the RFPs. Before I get into the additional details regarding the SURF, I'll again pause for any questions or your broad discussion on those issues.
Yeah, unless the Commissioner go in, Commissioner Plant, you okay with him? Keep it on going? Seeing nodding heads, even remotely, so keep going.
Thank you. So first, getting to some of the party positions here, CIEA and CEI both advocate for a modified version of the SERF that helps ensure that the transformers and breakers acquired through the SERF are equitably distributed to bids of various resource types. CIEA argues that under its SERF proposal, the acquisition process for necessary interconnection equipment could be accelerated by as much as 2 years. Parties like CEC, CREZ, and CC4CA oppose the SERF and argue the Commission should reject the proposed accelerated cost recovery through the PCCA, or the Purchase Capacity Cost Adjustment. In contrast, Grid United fully supports the SERF and specifically recommends the Commission either approve the SERF's use for HVDC equipment procurement now, or clarify that the SERF's uses can be expanded in future proceedings, including for HVDC procurement. I can pause for any questions, or I can also offer a recommendation.
If you could give us a recommendation, that'd be great.
Sure. Advisories agree with parties such as staff, CEO, and CEC that recommend rejecting the SERF concept as to the acquisition of CTs. Public Service has not sufficiently explained why it now needs additional incentive to reserve manufacturing slots for CTs, given the SERF was apparently unnecessary for the 2021 ERP, and the company testified at hearing that it has already reserved a number of CTs, even though they are not tied to a specific project within the company. In addition, the company has failed to explain how it could acquire CTs using the SERF in a competitively fair manner under its proposal to have those CTs bid into the RFP.
Well, let me jump in. Let me jump in.
Sure.
Just so you know. We're 3 hours in. I probably would let the utility use it for CTs. I mean, I feel like we're beating back the load forecast significantly, and I would like to have some CTs standing by. Commissioner Gilman, any update on your thinking since we last talked about this weekend? Apologies, Mr. Mendelson, now that we're 3 hours into this.
No real update. I mean, my persuasion here would be to pare this down to $200 million, make it only for transformers and breakers, as was suggested by several of the interveners, and ensure that those are available for both utility-owned generation as well as IPP projects. In terms of interconnection, you know, I think there's real, first of all, not obvious that this is needed for the company to develop gas CTs, as we're pretty clear on this record. They already procure those before you know, the CPCNs and things anyway. That's been their standard practice, and I think is part of what they have to do in their business. So it's not clear to me at all that it's needed. We also have the incremental need pool, which I think sets up a far better structured way to have resources at the ready that have already been vetted in a competitive process and are sitting and ready to be made available, and likely making more progress here. You know, I think it's fine to have the idea, but this didn't at all lay out the line of sight to getting these projects actually developed, especially if they never go in an RFP process. How do they ever have any competitive tension? How do we understand where they're even going to be located, what the cost of interconnection would be, if there's additional, you know, gas system costs and things? Like, this is not a bid. This is an idea to get a spot in line to manufacture something, which doesn't give you a site or a price or a project that's actually ready to be developed. So for me, if there's work that needs to be done, do it in the incremental need pool to help boost that up and make sure that that's our, at the ready responsive way to get more generation to come online sooner than later. But here, there's just not nearly enough information, and I think far too many concerns about the anti-competitive nature of this to make it worthwhile to include the gas CT. So I'd be on board with $200 million for transformers and breakers.
Commissioner Plant.
Okay. I could tell you that my inclination is that this is really a cost of business, that ultimately it's something that shouldn't be borne by ratepayers in a speculative way. So I'm not particularly supportive of the SURF idea. I like using the IMP more productively for that process, because those have actually gone through a bidding process and moved forward and are sitting there waiting for the demand to show up. And so I'm more inclined to go that direction, but to avoid a 1-1-1 vote.
Oh no!
I would.
Right, go ahead.
I would support Commissioner Gilman's alternative proposal.
Yeah, and I guess I would just say I don't feel so strongly. I think last week I was trying to manage the combustion turbines. I was, down significantly from where it was, even in the low load case. I think there's like 1,000 megawatts of CTs in the low load case. I was seeing if it was possible to manage that down and use this as an alternative. But where we landed on the forecast, I don't think I need to push for this. There's going to be a number of CTs in the low load forecast. So I'll back off this, but I appreciate hearing where you guys are coming from. So does that give you what you need? I think a $200 million SURF for breakers and transformers and other equipment that can be used by both IPPs and the company. And we're not going to do anything broader on CTs. Does that work? Does that give you what you need, Mr. Eden?
Well, there's a few other details that we would.
Then I cut you off too soon with apologies. Yeah, why don't you jump to those? Sorry.
No, that's quite okay. Going back to the specific proposals that CIEA and CEI made regarding a process for ensuring that the transformers and breakers can be equitably distributed between utility-owned bids and PPA bids, advisors recommend the Commission would direct the following. One, the SURF will be available on an equitable basis to all PPA and utility ownership projects. Two, Public Service may acquire transformers and breakers to help connect the expected Commission-approved portfolio, subject to the $200 million budget that the Commission approved. Three, PPAs and utility ownership bids will include Public Service's overnight costs for transformers and breakers in their bids, which will be noticed in the RFPs. And four, the SURF costs can either be incorporated into the large generator interconnection agreements or separated out and recovered via the ECA.
Commissioner Gilman?
Oh,
sorry. Keep going.
I have a couple other quick recommendations, but on the same topic, but I can pause here so you guys can vote on that if you would like.
Commissioner Gilman?
Yes, I'm good with your direction.
Commissioner Plant?
I agree.
That's why.
Thank you. So in contrast, for the reasons already articulated by the Commission, advisors recommend rejecting arguments to deny the SURF outright or eliminate the accelerated recovery of SURF funds. Requiring public service to recover SURF associated costs in the next rate case eliminates the purpose of the SURF, which is to provide regulatory certainty the company needs to acquire long lead time assets on an expedited basis. Then finally, advisors recommend against allowing SURF funds to be used to acquire HVDC equipment at this time. Consistent with Grid United's alternative request, advisors recommend the Commission clarify that the Commission would be open to public service seeking approval for SURF-type funds for HVDC equipment in the future once the company can provide more details on its HVDC plans.
Commissioner Goman,
I agree.
Commissioner Plant,
I also agree.
as do I.
Thank you. That concludes the phase 2 framework. I'm also prepared to jump to the conforming bid issues and the PPA terms, but I'll pause first and check in with all of you.
So I think we have a hard stop at 1. Do you guys want to keep going for another 20 or 30 minutes, or do you want to break now? Commissioner Goman?
I mean, we do it now or later. I would say 20 more minutes would be great. I have a hearing at 2 o'clock, so I'm just trying to get some lunch and sanity before then. But yeah, go until 2:30, 12:30, 12:40 would work.
Lunch we can allow. Sanity is another question.
Well, Mr. Eden, with that perspective, why don't we start and we'll go as far as we can, and the rest we'll pick up, I guess, on Monday, right?
That's right. We have a CDM that was scheduled via the consent agenda this morning. Based on that, I'll jump into the conforming bid issues. In its statement of position, or SOP, the company continues to recommend approval of the conforming bid policy, in which bidders would conform each bid to the relevant model power purchase agreement, or PPA. The company maintains that this policy allows for an apples-to-apples comparison among projects and helps shorten post-approval PPA negotiations, as all bids have already bid to the model PPA, leaving only minor negotiation points to be worked out. To finalize the conforming model PPA, the company in its SOP suggests a series of procedural steps that would allow the submission and ultimate approval for redline PPA. For instance, within 14 days after the Commission issues a decision adjudicating the disputed issues, as presented in company's rebuttal, the company would file updates of each model PPA. Interveners would then have 14 days to file comments, including redline versions of the updated PPAs. The company would have 14 days to file reply comments, and then the company contemplates that the Commission would issue a decision on the final model PPAs, then 21 days of reply comments, and possibly after a technical conference. In contrast, in SOPs, the CIEA, CEI, and Interwest all maintain their prior positions and urge the Commission to deny the conforming bid policy. CIEA recommends that bidders be allowed to provide commercially reasonable red lines to the model PPA with bids such that public service is aware of proposed edits. Public service would have discretion to review bidder red lines, reject bids under certain conditions, and to provide negative non-price factors for either excessive red lines or red lines that say to be decided. CIEA argues there is a striking absence in the record showing the effectiveness of a conforming bid policy anywhere else. CIEA further asserts that the risk of delay of the RFP and the resulting cost to ratepayers far outweighs the hypothetical value of extra litigation to arrive at a model PPA. During the hearing, however, Interwest witness Mr. Sanger suggested an alternative compromise approach. In response to questioning from Chair Blank, Mr. Sanger suggested that the Commission could identify the key provisions in the model PPA that are non-negotiable, but allow others to be modified. Mr. Sanger suggests that the Commission could go through the model PPA and make rulings on some of the key issues so that there's less in dispute. Unless you have any questions, I'll pause here for your discussion, or I can offer a recommendation.
Yeah, so I'll just jump in and say in the 2021 PSGO ERP process, we're now 2.5 years after bid submission. We've had multiple rounds of price increases that have cost customers hundreds of millions of dollars, and we're still not done with either price or timing issues. For me, we just have to reduce the delay and create a more streamlined process. So given this experience, I largely support the company's position that we need a conforming bid language on at least the major issues, which in practice may not be so different from Mr. Sanger's suggestion at hearing. For me, this would allow for an apples to apples comparison among projects, help shorten post-approval PPA negotiations, and avoid delays. So that's where I'm at. Commissioner Gilman, your thoughts?
Yeah, I would certainly be of the mind to look at each of the major items piece by piece. I think, you bring up very real concerns about the delays we saw in the 2021 ERP, which typically occurs on the same agenda as this one, just for the irony of it. But there were really serious delays there and certainly cost money. Were all or the majority of those because of delays due to negotiations of PPAs? I think no. And I don't even think anyone's suggesting that was the majority of the delays. So I want to be kind of cognizant as to there were a lot of reasons for delays. And it's not clear that, how substantive this reduction in time of negotiations for PPAs would have really been. So I think we should temper our expectations. I mean, I would like to have the expectation that this turns out better in a number of ways. But, there are some things in the PPA terms that put a significant amount more risk on PPA bidders, which I think undeniably would increase their prices to customers. And so if kind of the idea is customer protection, we really have to work at a balancing act here of ensuring that we are not, under the guise of customer protection, really just raising the prices anyway by making the risk much higher for PPAs, and that they need to price that in. I'm not sure Public Service really had a credible position here that increased risk does not increase your prices. At least that's not generally what they tell us in their filings to us. I think the expectation is it would. And so we have to kind of find this balance on reasonable measures that we could set and kind of reduce some of this time, but also, frankly, allow negotiation on some of these items so we don't get our PPAs coming in overpriced to deal with an overburdensome risk here where that could be avoided. So I think it's going to be a balance in terms of what should be negotiable, what should be set, and very unfortunately for all of us, we're going to probably have to go through each of those terms to make that determination in order to move forward. But, the entire package, take it or leave it, is a non-starter. I think we have to go through and look at each in terms of the actual risk and time it could actually reduce.
Well, I totally agree with that. And I think working with Mr. Eden, I'm prepared to go through it major section by major section. I don't think we'll get very far today, but I couldn't agree more with you that we need a balanced contract that reflects market, or we're just going to raise the prices. So in no way am I suggesting we take the rebuttal testimony position of the company as the final model conforming contract. But with that, Commissioner Plant, anywhere you'd like to go?
Yeah, no, I agree with that. And this was sort of my first experience with this. And, the 2021 ERP has basically, phase one started before the Inflation Reduction Act. And and now we're already to a point where that's been implemented and taken away. So we still are working on contracts. But that being said, it was a year after our phase 2 decision before, there was the concern about tariffs and the removal of those policies. And it seems like we need to speed up the process to be a little bit more predictable, external of, these sorts of federal changes that we really don't have any control over. So I agree with that. And, Mr. Chairman, I would say that you have a lot more experience in your past life with these various different contracts and contract elements and their respective roles in the process. So, I'm very interested to hear your perspectives on the various issues as we go through them.
Appreciate that. Mr. Eden, does that give you what you need for now, or do you want to frame up more, or is there more you need before we start jumping into specific issues?
I think that's good for now. Perhaps once we complete going through all of the issues, we can revisit and get a little bit more specificity about the process going forward. But I think there's broad consensus about kind of adopting the compromise approach. So with that, I'd suggest taking up market changes, which is in section 5.3 of the PPA. And Chair, if you'd like, I think we're prepared to bring that contract language up on our end.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay, I believe it's page 18 of the model contract. And then section 5.3, so if you scroll down a little bit. Yes, thank you. Section 5.3 of the model PPA requires that independent power producers, or IPPs, and the company to cooperate in good faith if public service enters a market that impacts the deployment of the resources. Interwest and CEI both oppose this provision, arguing that it should be negotiable, or at the very least there should be language limiting costs that could be imposed on the IPP. In rebuttal, the company softened its position and offered to add a deductible equal to $25 per kilowatt, above which the IPP would be reimbursed subject to company approval. Except for capital expenditures, each party would otherwise bear its own costs. In Sir rebuttal testimony, however, CEI continues to object, even with the company's offered compromise, arguing that joining a regional market is to the benefit of the company and its customers, and those costs should not be imputed after the fact on the IPPs. I'll stop here for any questions, or I could also offer a recommendation.
Yeah, I'd just say I really like the company's proposals to create a cap on the developer obligation, which is responsive to Interwest's request for language that limits costs imposed on the IPP. But consistent with the Sir rebuttal's response, maybe I'd reduce it to, I don't know, 10 or 15 bucks, say 15 bucks a KW, which would be a $1.5 million cap on a 100 megawatt project, or $3 million on a 200 megawatt project. Given that IPPs have little, if any, control over whether or how the company enters the market, I think a lower cap than what the company proposes is appropriate. Overall, this structure caps risk and creates a uniform approach that applies equally to all bidders. So I think we may see bids, maybe 1% higher or 0.5% higher as a result of this, but it takes out an unquantifiable risk off the developers and puts it on customers. So I think it cleans up the core concern. So Commissioner Gilman, anywhere you'd like to go? Yeah,
you had mentioned the cap moving from, I think, 25 $10 a kilowatt to 15. Is that right?
Yeah, something like that.
And I'm just curious, would that be, is part of that you presume this section should be non-negotiable, or would it still be negotiable in some way? You know, I really struggle with this section, especially because this feels like an area where the bidder really has no control and perhaps very little insight. So it's a particularly difficult place, it seems like, to put risk on the bidder in that, you know, these market decisions are often made by the utility. Most of the modeling lives at the utility in terms of what those impacts would be. So it seems something quite difficult to me for a bidder to really anticipate or plan for.
So I guess I would make it non-negotiable, but the idea is to set the cap so it's not a material impact on the bid, which I think if you get down to 10 or 15 bucks a kW, it really does. So, and then everybody's bidding to the same thing. It's not going to materially drive up bid prices because it's, you know, a small fraction of the total capital cost. And then this issue just largely disappears. And then parties don't have to spend time negotiating it. So that would be my suggestion. If you'd like to see it lower, I'd be okay with 10 bucks a kW.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand, especially given, you know, some of kind of the principles we look at elsewhere. Like, is there any control for these parties trying to take this risk? For the parties we're asking to take this risk on, do they have any like actual control or insight into it? It sounds like no, but you're saying, but make it a dollar value that feels less material. I guess the question why they couldn't negotiate it then, but not a fight I have to pick. I think you know, if we can agree to a lower level that's less material, then you know, that could work.
Yeah, I mean, for me, you just don't want to have all this stuff being negotiated. I think it just creates delays. So this just is one less thing to fight about. So Commissioner Plant.
Yeah, 10 works for me. That's I'm fine with either 10 or 15, but 10.
All right, let's do 10, Mr. Eden, and keep moving.
Sure, and just to clarify that, that's a $10 per kilowatt, essentially deductible or cap, and above that amount, IPPs would not be responsible for paying. Is that correct?
Correct.
On
capital, you know, other costs.
Right. Correct, on
Yep.
capital. So the next section that I want to turn to, and this is on page 40 of the PPA, it's Article 11, which covers the security requirements. Initially, the company's PPA assumed that pre-COD or commercial operation date security would be $200 a kilowatt. Interwest and CEI argue that security should be negotiable, but that the pre-COD security is unreasonable and excessive. In rebuttal, the company makes certain concessions, but generally maintains its position. Notably, the company agrees to reduce the pre-COD security from $200 a kilowatt to $150 a kilowatt. The company also agrees to modify the contract so pre-COD replenishment is only required when security falls to 50% or below the initial level. As a rebuttal, CEI continues to oppose the security provisions, arguing that they must be viewed as part of the whole contract, particularly the liquidated damages provisions. And I'll stop here unless you have any questions or would like a recommendation.
Yeah, so for this one, I'd reduce the $200 a kW down to $125, which was the amount in the prior 2021 ERP model contract, and make it non-negotiable. I'd also adopt the company's rebuttal concession that pre-COD replenishment is only required when security falls to 50% or below the initial level. And finally, the lower security amount of 125 should be incorporated throughout the contract. For instance, in the rebuttal, the company indicated that the LD damages in section 12.2D are 50% of the security deposit. Thus, I'd change the LDs in that section from 100 to 62.5. So with that, Commissioner Gilman, anywhere you'd like to go?
Yeah, I agree with your approach.
Commissioner Plant?
I agree as well.
All right, Mr. Eden, maybe we should call it a day before we get into default, given Commissioner Gilman's hearing. Is there anything else you'd like to do today? I think it's probably going to take us more than a couple minutes to get through default.
I agree. I think this is a good stopping point.
Okay. Just my thanks to the advisors and counsel and the parties for joining us on this journey. It's been a long one, and it's a really challenging record, and we don't know what each other's saying, so we're doing the best we can. Commissioner Gilman, any final thoughts before lunch?
Yeah, luckily you were not here to see the crowd dwindle throughout. Only a few brave souls are still here, but no, thanks, and nothing additional to add.
I can feel it even from where I'm sitting, Commissioner Gilman.
We
Commissioner
succeeded in
Plant.
almost clearing the room. I have nothing else. Thanks.
All right, thanks to you both. Thanks for sticking through this, and with that, we're adjourned. Thanks all.